Lisa, are you ready? Do I need to read do I need to read this public comment? I think there's nobody here. I would like to call to order the regular city council meeting, closed session time. It is now 5:33. City Clerk Duarte, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Frometa,
Present.
Councilmember Ortiz,
Present.
Councilmember Trujillo, Mayor Pro Tem Pemberton,
Present.
and Mayor Sosa.
Present. City Clerk Duarte, how many speakers have taken a number?
We don't have any speakers, Mayor, and we also don't have any written public comment regarding closed session items.
Thank you. Is there a motion and a second to close public comment?
So moved.
Second.
So ordered by the mayor. The city council will now recess to closed session under the following authorities. Item number 1, Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Mariela Vega versus City of Downey, et cetera, all LA County Superior Court case number 23 NWCV 01459. And item number 2, Government Code Section 54957B1, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, Title City Attorney. And number 3, Government Code Section 54957.6A, Conference with Labor Negotiator Agency Designated Representative, Daines McQueen, Director of Human Resources, unrepresented employee, City Attorney. We will now recess to closed session. The time is now 5:35. Okay, here we go, guys. I will now call to order the regular city council meeting open session time. It is now 6:36. City Clerk Duarte, will you please call roll?
Mayor, would you like Mr. Funk to report on the?
Yes, sorry, I will now reconvene. City Attorney Funk, will you please report the closed session action?
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Council, and members of the public. In tonight's closed session, the City Council considered all items agendized for closed session. There is no reportable action from tonight's proceedings, however. And that is the conclusion of my report.
Thank you, City Attorney Funk. City Clerk Duarte, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Frometa,
Present.
Councilmember Ortiz,
Present.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Pemberton,
Here.
and Mayor Sosa.
Present. All right, for tonight's invocation, we have Father Sam Ward from St. Raymond Catholic Church. Please join us.
Good evening, everyone. And for my Catholic Christian brothers and sisters, I wish you a blessed Lent that we began last week, Ash Wednesday. Let's pray. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Almighty and eternal God, you have revealed your glory to all nations. God of power and might, wisdom and justice, through you authority is rightly administered, laws are enacted, and judgment is decreed. Assist with your spirit of counsel and fortitude the President of these United States, that his administration may be conducted in righteousness and be eminently useful to your people over whom he presides. May he encourage due respect for virtue and religion. May he execute the laws with justice and mercy. May he seek to restrain crime, vice, and immorality. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct the deliberations of Congress and shine forth in all the proceedings and laws framed for our rule and government. May they seek to preserve peace, promote national happiness, and continue to bring the blessings of liberty and equality. We pray for the governor of the state of California, for the members of the legislature, for judges, elected officials, especially for the city of Downey and those here present, and all others who are entrusted to guard our political welfare. May they be enabled by your powerful protection to discharge their duties with honesty and ability. We likewise commend to your unbounded mercy all the citizens and residents of the United States, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your holy law. May we be preserved in union and that peace which the world cannot give, and after enjoying the blessings of this life, be admitted to those which are eternal. We pray to you who are Lord and God forever and ever. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Father Sam. And now for our flag salute, we have Cub Scout Troop 805.
A lot of Cub Scouts. This way. Oh. Take off their hats.
All rise. Everybody in uniform, do the salute. Everybody in uniform, do the salute. Everybody else, put their right hand over their heart. Ready, begin.
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
That's here for Cub Scout Group 805. Nice job, kids. All right. All right. Good evening. Now is the time for city council member announcements, requests for future agenda items, conference and meeting reports. I will start to my far left with council member Horacio Ortiz.
Wow, I wasn't ready for that one. Good evening, everybody. This was definitely a productive week. My council colleagues and I attended Youth Academy to say a few words to the kids. MPT and I attended the Kids and Cop event at Sussman. I'm still recovering from a dodgeball that hit me. Chief, I'm looking at you. We'll talk later about it. Me and MPT also gave a tour to Calvary Chapel for second graders. It was a lot of fun. And afterwards, we attended the annual Neighborhood Watch Block Captain meeting where we discussed issues about homelessness and safety concerns, which was a good meeting. I attended the Women's Empowerment Conference, which I want to give a shout out to the Chamber, Michael, and amazing speakers we had. So thank you so much for such an amazing event. And with that, I conclude my comments for today, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Ortiz. Now, Councilmember Fonmeta.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everybody. It is nice to see all of you. This is your council meeting, and for those of you watching on YouTube, welcome. I always say engaged communities are strong communities. I want to give a special welcome to my commissioners in the back. Planning Commissioner Carrie Uva, welcome. Yes. And I also want to say welcome to my Public Works Commissioner over here, John Whittle. Wilhite. Thank you, John. One of these days I will get it correct, I promise. Also, Jeannie Wood. And next to Jeannie Wood is someone's commissioner, too. My commissioner. What's your commissioner? Oscar. See, your council member didn't recognize you, but I do, Oscar. I want to welcome also the executive director of the Chamber of Commerce, Michael Calvert. And also, I want to give a special recognition to the veterans in the audience. Would you please stand? Thank you, veterans. You included. I want to recognize that March is Women's History Month, and as such, we recognize the contributions of women in every field. It is their contributions that we are thankful for, and reminder of the importance of celebrating women and their strength. And hopefully, Mayor, in the next meeting, we can recognize some women organizations. But I want to thank the Downey Conservancy. I give a shout out to them. I had an opportunity with Council Member Trujillo to attend the Downey Conservancy showcase at the Downey Library. And they have, if you have an opportunity, go see the history of the Stonewood Mall. Those of us that have been in this city for decades, really it was nostalgic and reminds us of the importance of keeping and conserving our history. I also, with some of my colleagues, the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, we attended the Historical Society's monthly meeting and presentation with former Mayor Kirk Artosian, and this was a really great treat. A look at the history of the Avenue Theater. That was really a special treat as well. The Youth Academy, it was the fourth segment, or the fourth iteration. Thank you. I'm having trouble with my words today. I might need some coffee. But I was the fourth iteration of the Youth Academy, and it was a full house. We had, 20 youth probably, and this is really a testament of the great job that our police department is doing to reach out to our community and make sure that our youth continue to be engaged and they learn what our police department does. That was a treat as well. Thank you to my colleagues for attending the rest of the events that I was not able to attend over the last week. And I do want to bring to the attention of our city manager, and certainly our police. We have been seeing quite an increase in the amount of homeless and transients throughout our city. I think as Los Angeles begins to do their cleanup, we are seeing an increase, and residents have been complaining a little more than usual about transients sleeping outside the old Walgreens behind the Starbucks on Lakewood and Firestone, as well as under bus stops, benches, the one on Lakewood and Gallatin by the McDonald's, outside of the Dollar Tree, both Dollar Trees, the one on Firestone and the one on Lakewood and Florence. We are seeing these little encampments, I think, grow, and in our community and our residents are not feeling very safe. So I think we need to continue to, we don't have that, we have that no camping ordinance, no loitering, and I think we need to do a better job with that. Also, I would like to remind our community there will be a good annual luncheon coming up this Thursday, March 13th, from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Rio Hondo Country Club. We also, some of us will be attending the Read Across America in some of our schools, and we're definitely looking forward to that. And the third annual Women of the Year award ceremony will be taking place on March 22nd, Saturday at 12:30. And the Vietnam War Veterans Day, the 50th anniversary, will be taking place on March 29th here in our city. The same day, a little earlier, March 29th, Saturday at 8 a.m., we will have the R Walk. And those of us that want to continue to support the ARC, let's show up and walk around our neighborhood for that. That will conclude my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Fermetta. We'll move on to Councilmember Trujillo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It was a pleasure to see the Calvary Chapel kids. They were very excited about Woodruff Avenue being beautified, although I think their teachers got more kick out of that. So always good to see the kids. I had an opportunity to attend the Downtown Downey Improvement Association meeting. They were discussing the arches. You may be hearing from them. I don't think they were happy with the design. It's so subjective. I hope everyone understands that, look, not everyone's going to be happy with the design of what mural is going to go in the parking lot and the arches, but just please know that it is an improvement for our city, whether you ultimately like the design or not. So bear with us. We attended the annual neighborhood block captain meeting. Homelessness was definitely the topic. We were discussing about it, and 5150 holds came up. I want people to understand that there's certain requirements before our officers can initiate a 5150 hold, and those circumstances really should be reserved for individuals who maybe are like half naked, mumbling to themselves, clearly soiled, looking for food in trash cans. Those are a certain level of mental health acuity that I think 5150 may apply. I'm actually going to have a meeting with our city manager and our chief and our attorney to discuss just how aggressive we can be in removing these individuals who clearly need help. Okay, they're not just sleeping, but they are just not able to care for themselves. So we are working on that. The Downey Coordinating Council has its annual meeting. This is really important for our city. They meet the first Wednesday of the month, 11:30 at the Barbara J. Riley Center. It's an organization where representatives from a lot of the nonprofits and service groups that service Downey residents, they meet regularly and coordinate. So if you're ever interested in finding out what our different groups are doing, I suggest you attend the Downey Coordinating Council. And the Women's Empowerment Conference, this is the second year. Congratulations, Michael. Keeps getting bigger and bigger. Great selection on the women who you profiled, starting with our very own Sergeant, what's her last name? Was it Valenzuela? Valenzuela. As you know, she takes care of Howdy, our dog. It's just a great story. Martha Solatani, Sarah Seraphim, impressive young lady, and our own Julie Garcia. Just amazing stories. We have really strong, excellent women role models here in our community. It was good to see that. I'm going to ask staff to look into, let's see, we received an email. I think, Roger, you were in that one. LA COTA is looking to be put on the agenda to discuss street closures for the annual Pride Festival. They specifically said it's not a discussion for fundraising. They want to know if the council is going to give permission this year to close the streets. They want to put that on the calendar and avoid conflicts. So to discuss street closures for LA COTA on the agenda, can I get a second?
Second?
Okay. Solar panels over our parking lot in the downtown Downey. Have we considered installing solar panels there? I don't know if that's something we want to consider. I know we're looking for locations to do more solar panels, or I don't know if we do, but I'm wondering if that was considered. Is it something we need to discuss?
We did actually evaluate solar deployment within the city. We actually did a first phase, I think, 3 years ago. We did look at further phases, and we found that they weren't feasible financially to put them in. So at this point, we would not recommend proceeding.
Thank you. Then I won't ask that we proceed any further on that one. Filming in Downey, we did attempt. We issued an RFP. I think the response was lackluster. I would like to see if this council wants to consider again issuing an RFP. We're always looking for sources of revenue streams, trying to create revenue streams. Now, look, things that we would have to consider is obviously the inconvenience that this could place on our residents, right, our neighborhoods. But it is a viable form of revenue that I think some cities have considered. I'm wondering if we should give it another try.
Say that again, Councilmember Trujillo.
To bring their scouting locations, that they're in charge of looking for locations where movie studios could film movies. They're always looking for different parks, different locations. And I'm wondering if we want to get on their radar and seek a company that might be interested in representing Downey and making us available for consideration for filming.
I would second that.
Yeah, I know there's residences that sign up for
Yeah.
some of these sites that was filming recently, but yeah.
So there's filming fees involved, and so you do create some revenue. And some residents might get a kick out of it. I mean, everybody seems to enjoy the fact that we had a movie studio, that we have numerous movies have been filmed here. And I think it would add to that Downey branding, that branding pizzazz, to be able to say we were in that show, we were in that movie. So
We've had that in some restaurants, but I know some of the businesses are doing that already here. We've seen that.
yeah, and the RFP is to find a company that would, in essence, represent us and have our portfolio of locations. So thank you for that second.
I think that's something.
EV charging, I had a really good meeting with Public Works, right? So there seems to be some programs out there that money's available. And we had a really good meeting with one company. Obviously, we're always a city that goes to bid, so no commitments are made to anybody. But I would like to look into bringing more EV chargers, especially the fast chargers, to the city. There are some profit sharing opportunities where if we enter an MOU with the mall, this company might get money, put the chargers there, and then they sell electricity, and we could be revenue sharing partners in that. So I'd like to see if we could explore that more to see if we want to go out to bid on that.
We'll second that one.
Thank you. And the last one, I mentioned this to our city managers, just we have beautiful pieces of art. Look, we have the banana. I like it. There's other pieces of art that unfortunately at nighttime you don't see them because we don't have lighting. I think perhaps we should consider investing in art, in lighting for these beautiful pieces of art that's already there. So
I second that.
I think I requested that
Solar
last.
lighting maybe.
solar might be a good option, just some lighting.
I think last meeting I requested that.
Oh, did we? I'm sorry. Okay. If it's already been requested, then I don't need to request it again. Lighting for art in downtown? Is it on your list already, Roger?
Yeah, I think we do have that one, yes.
It might have been.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, that concludes my comments and requests for future agenda.
And if I can just add something else, Mayor, I neglected to add, as we looked at the exhibit at the Downey Library with the Conservancy, we looked at where the exhibit is, and right across from that, we were hoping we can look into adding another case, another exhibit case. Those, I think, come out maybe what is it, 10 inches, 12 inches?
Yes.
It wouldn't interfere with the egress to the other room, but that would allow us to have two exhibits, one that is ongoing, the carpenter's exhibit, and then another one that could be utilized for other exhibits throughout the year.
I second that.
Yeah.
That was a good recommendation.
And Mayor, I forgot to add one more thing. I do want to acknowledge our leadership through our police chief and the police department. I know that something was posted on the Downey Patriot in regards to the fentanyl bust. I just want to say thank you so much for working hard and keeping our community safe. So I just do want to acknowledge in front of our city and thank you for your service and helping us out.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to Mayor Pro Tem Dorothy Pemberton.
Well, you all did a very good job, checked off a number of things. Good evening, everyone. I'm Councilwoman Dorothy Pemberton. And I, too, would like to thank the Chamber of Commerce for hosting an excellent Women's Empowerment Conference, and all four of those recipients and honorees that the Councilmember Trujillo has mentioned were excellent. We also attended several opening day ceremonies. I won't take away from a big one, but softball and baseball are full in swing, and the uniforms are nice and clean, and it's good to have kids involved in sports. It takes not only the board members, but the parents to step up, to coach, managers, and that's what makes it so successful in our city. We have, as you mentioned, the Gangs Out of Downey lunch is coming this Thursday. We have an excellent speaker with District Attorney Nathan Hochman, and I understand it's almost sold out, so it'll be a really great luncheon. And then we had a number of things that everyone's mentioned. I'd like to just take a minute to discuss the consent calendar. Now, that goes rather quickly. We consent a number of items. We have the background information of what's being approved. But a couple of items came to light that I'd like to let the public know, that we're having sewer maintenance upgraded and damaged sections replaced in different sections of the city. So we're taking a proactive approach to keeping our infrastructure updated and in good condition. And I'm glad our staff does do the review of our infrastructure and makes the necessary repairs and upgrades. We're also having stormwater improvements at Paramount at the 105, so that we can ensure to have adequate stormwater drainage in that area, and also replace some vandalized equipment that was vandalized, as I just said. But most exciting, one of the items is on the consent calendar that we will be hosting the America's Freedom Tribute. Now, this is the mobile Vietnam Memorial replica, and it's going to be at Discovery Park. Last year, it was approved that we research it, get into looking at what we can do to bring more knowledge to both young and honor the veterans that we have already served. We had selected as first choice the Wall That Heals, but there were 140 applications. And so we were not selected, at least for 2025. So perhaps in future years. But the memorial that will be held, it's going to be on Thursday, August 7th, through, I believe, Sunday, August 10th. And it will provide knowledge and healing for many generations. There will also be volunteer opportunities for service groups and volunteers to help. The memorial is an 80% replica of the one in DC. It stands 8 feet tall and 360 feet long. The pictures they sent, it's just incredible to see. So it will really be something to bring to our city, I think the first time ever. And that is actually on National Purple Heart Day, August 7th. And we now are officially a Purple Heart City, and it's fitting to honor the brave men and women who have been wounded or killed while serving in the U.S. Armed Forces. So I'm glad that we will be doing that. We've had a couple of save the dates this Friday. There's a Kiwanis Casino Night, a lot of casino nights around. April 5th is Keep Downey Beautiful Cleanup, Firestone and Paramount, right by CVS. Get there about 8:45. I have some flyers I put on the back table so that you can come out, bring some kids, bring your family, and make a difference, make a positive difference in Downey and help clean up that area. I'd like to thank Public Works for always having one every month. I saw this Saturday, there's an electronic waste on the corner at the First Presbyterian Church, 7th and Downey Avenue. Not city related, but sometimes you always wonder about our electronic waste. You can bring it there. City Manager, I'd like to have a policy in place that states that Measure D will be subject to the same oversight provisions as Measure S. I know that we were planning to bring Measure D as part of the Measure Site Oversight Committee, but I think we should have this in writing, and that way we can refer to it. And that will, another item. I'd like to have our parking enforcement drive around high-trafficked areas during the no parking time, such as Florence, where it says no parking between 3 and 6 when we have a heavy flow. I've noticed lately that there are many cars parked there, and so the traffic then has to stop a little to get in out of that right-hand lane. So they should be observing that signage that says no parking so we can have good flow during heavy traffic times on Florence, on Firestone, things of that nature, if possible. Thank you.
Thank you, MPT Pemberton. I have a few comments, and just to piggyback off of Councilmember Ortiz's comments, Chief Lochner, longtime family here in Downey, the Leach family, they also own a grain company here. They do want to send their sentiments and really thank you in the department for taking all that fentanyl off the streets. So thank you. I'll go ahead and share a few events or my activities over the past couple weeks, and I do have a couple of requests. And good evening, everyone. It's good to see everybody here tonight. Last week, I was able to travel on behalf of the City of Downey to Washington, D.C. To advocate for funding and to share some of our city's initiatives and funds with some of our city management staff. We met with the offices. We met with Congressman Robert Garcia, Congresswoman Linda Sanchez, the Bureau of Reclamation, the Federal Railroad Administration, the Office of Senator Alex Padilla, and also IMLS, which is the Institute of Museum and Library Services. So it was a very successful trip. We got to meet with each of these respective offices and really share some of the needs and resources that we're advocating for the City of Downey. So stay tuned on that. These things take time to develop, but overall it was a good trip, right? I have, and also West Downey Little League opening day ceremonies. That was a great event. We had a lot of people show up to that, and Dorothy did bring that up, and I just wanted to share that I really enjoyed it. I spent many years coaching and serving on the board there, and I threw out the first pitch. It was a strike. It was a slow pitch, but it was a strike.
Where's your shirt?
My shirt's up on the third floor. Maybe I can get it during this meeting. But anyways, I was honored with my own jersey, West Downey jersey. It says Mayor Sosa on it, number 25 for 2025, and that was to honor my years of service and mentoring and coaching our youth for several years. So it was pretty cool. Thank you. Thank you. So it's like a 5XL. I'm not going to fit into that. But I'm going to frame it. So anyways, I do have a few requests for staff. I'd like for the City of Downey to strongly oppose Assembly Bill AB 1333. I firmly believe that citizens should have every right to protect themselves against intruders in their own homes. I think this bill is ridiculous. And I'd like for us I would propose that we draft an opposition letter that I would gladly sign.
And I'll second
that.
Thank you. Also, I'm sure you've heard, there was a recent audit of LASA that came out. I remember around this time last year, I did request a copy of the audit report, and I did go through it. Apparently, LASA was awarded, allocated $835 million worth of funds to tackle the homelessness issue in LA County for fiscal year 23-24, and a lot of that was unaccounted for. And I don't know, I would just think that things would kind of clean up in a year, but it's gotten worse. So my request is to get a copy of that audit report. And, I don't know, can Downey have a seat at that table, the oversight table? Because this is, it's pretty ridiculous. So.
Second that.
No, thank you. What were you going to say? Okay, all right. Also, I do have a request for The remainder of 2025, just for 2025 only, and then we can revisit this on an annual basis. But I would like to have a police officer and firefighter of the month nominated by their peers. These are our first responders who are making a difference, and could be something special that they've done. But really, to be nominated and voted on by their peers, we can recognize police officer and firefighters of the month, no repeats. And the reason why I say just 2025 only, the next mayor can revisit that, because we don't want to just keep recycling names. But I think it'd be a pretty cool thing if we recognized our officers, and they weren't necessarily recognized by management, but by their peers, the guys that are out in the field day by day. So thank you. Thank you. And that concludes my comments. Thank you all for being here again, and I'll turn it over to City Manager Roger Bradley.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Just a couple, recapping quickly through some of the items here. Homelessness, we understand it's been some challenges over the past few months. I think we've been actually improving a little bit, but I do understand that all the work that we are doing, as well as other cities, are pushing people out of the riverbeds and other locations, especially our partnership with the county and working on the 105 areas. So there are folks that are being more visibly seen now in the community, but we are working to make sure that we move them into services and continue to move them off the right of way. So we will continue to put focus and emphasis on that. But I appreciate the concerns of the community. We're working on it. LA CADA, automatically it'll be on the agenda, so we'll take care of that one. Street closures will always come to council, so we'll make sure that comes forward to you guys. Let's see, so we did have a policy, I didn't hear a request for a policy that measure to be treated the same and oversight as Measure S, so just need a second on that one. We will take care of parking enforcement around Florence and Link Firestone 3 to 6. We'll make sure, and Chief shaking his head, we'll look at those locations to get some extra attention there. I did want to, as alluded to, give kudos to our police department. Those that did not see the news, that today our chief attended a press conference at the Hall of Justice where District Attorney Hockman announced the felony charges against 3 individuals for possessing 50 pounds of fentanyl. To put that in perspective, it can be converted in over 14 million pills, a street value of $55 million. So this investigation began here in the city on January 22nd when Downey police officers pulled over a vehicle for a traffic violation, and officers located narcotics in the vehicle, and detectives wrote a search warrant for the suspect's residence and located additional fentanyl, heroin, and methamphetamine. So this has taken a lot of drugs off the streets, protecting our community. I want to say kudos to our police department for their excellent work. Additionally, not often do we get, we do a lot of good work, I think, but not often do we get kudos from the community. So this was one that we received for our code enforcement team, as well as our police and fire. This was a resident that had moved to Downey from the city of Long Beach. It was a great email, so I thought I'd just share it to give kudos to staff. Says, thank you so much for your rapid response. We actually just saw the code enforcement truck on our block a little while ago. We moved here from Long Beach a year ago and are so impressed with the responsiveness of the city departments, especially code enforcement, police, and fire, have all been amazing. We definitely made the right choice regarding moving to Downey. So
Yay, that
we love those.
An applause.
We just love those kind of remarks and give kudos to staff
Yes.
on our good work. So.
And an applause to our chief as well. Yeah. Thank you, Chief.
And Mayor, that concludes my response. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, City Manager Bradley. There is one presentation this evening, and that is a presentation to the City Council by Southern California Edison. So, okay, yeah, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Manager, Francisco Martinez, Southern California Edison. I'm here to give an update on the outage from Christmas Eve. First, I want to say we apologize. We know how disruptive it was. It was wide scale. I was on vacation. I received a call from my coworker on my personal phone and said, hey, I don't have any water at Downey. I don't have any electricity. You might want to turn on your work phone. So I turned it on, and about 2 minutes later, I got a call from Councilor Trujillo, City Manager Roger Bradley, and your emergency manager, Rackley Clark, said, hey, there's a wide-scale outage. And I said, give me a few minutes, and we look into it, see what's going on. With that, the preliminary findings suggest the outage was likely due to the failure of a disconnect switch at the substation. A disconnect switch is a device used to isolate a section of the system when maintenance work needs to be done or during emergencies. The damaged equipment within the substation resulted in damage to 2 sub-transmission lines, and that had to be repaired, which extended the outage to about maybe 12 to 13 hours. So from when we first got the information there was an outage, our crews were out in the cities surrounding Downey. They were recalled back to the district. They got equipment, they got transformers, they got poles, they got wires, went out to the field. That was about 2 hours into the outage. From there, they started troubleshooting the work at the substation to see what had to be done to restore electrical service. In the meantime, the grid control center was doing what's called switching to reroute electricity to try to bring back as many customers as possible. Then I got a report from the field that one of the dealerships had closed early because of the holiday. So I called the city manager, and with coordination with him and the police department, they were able to move some of the cars that were blocking the equipment that belonged to Edison, and they were able to get into the area and continue the repairs. By that, it was around maybe 7 or 8 o'clock at night. And I believe I sent an update to the entire council around 8 o'clock of what the outage was, the extent, and some tips on saving your food, getting some ice for ice boxes, etc. Our pre-messaging. All customers were restored back around maybe 3:30 in the morning. And I connected again with City Manager Roger Bradley, 7 a.m. on Christmas Day, and all customers were already restored back up. That is the information I have. So again, the outage began December 24th at 1:35. It affected 59,775 customers in the city of Downey, and all customers were restored at 3:51 a.m. on the 25th. So there were a lot of things that worked. A lot of things those were the communication directly with the city manager, your emergency manager, and the council, and coordination in the field between myself, police officers, and city staff. Looking back, what could have been worked better, I will address those after Colin from our emergency management team, business resiliency, gives us an update on our emergency response plan. Okay, so we just click this way. Introduce yourself.
All right. Good evening. Thank you for having me. My name is Cullen Armet, and as Francisco mentioned, I'm an emergency manager with Southern California Edison, and I've been with the company for 8 years on in our business resiliency team. And prior to that, I was the disaster management area coordinator for here in Area E, and I'm glad to be back here in Downey. And thank you for David for attending today as well. So what I would like to do is provide just a quick overview of a holistic approach to managing emergencies for our company. So I'll highlight a couple principles here in this slide, which is that all planning or all incident response begins with planning, and that all incident response starts locally. And so this slide here depicts our strategy for how we plan for emergencies from the ground up, from the field level all the way up to our executives, and follow the same federal and state systems and processes, the incident command system. We at Edison follow those that same methodology that allows us to ensure that we can integrate with our public safety partners when responding to events, but that also we are able to scale and use the same incident terminology to be able to respond to these kind of incidents. And so, as I mentioned, from the ground up, we have plans that look at how our business continuity for the different organizational units in our company. And then we have, as we go up in the chart here, we have tactical and operational level plans that allow us to flex and expand as an incident may go from, say, example, locally a downed a car hit pole situation is something that happens quite frequently, surprisingly, and that would be something that's managed locally by the local district. But then as you have a more severe outage, more prolonged outage, more significant impacts to residents, then we have the ability to scale up. So I am not going to do a deep dive today into our emergency management program as a whole, but I would like to reference our all-hazard emergency plan, which is available, and you can review that at your own time. We also conduct annual workshops to review our all-hazard response plan. We have two available offerings that are coming up on March 27th and April 17th, so we can make those available. It's open to the public, and so we invite you to attend that to learn more about how we manage events with the company. We have a large service territory and respond to any and all types of events, cyber threats, wildfires, earthquakes, and so you can learn a little bit more about how we manage those kind of emerging risks and threats that face our company. All right, so just to kind of speak a little bit here to the way that, and to provide anecdotally what this means for the incident that occurred on the 24th, we have over 800 personnel in our company who are trained and qualified using the incident command system. We train with all the 100, 200, 700, and 800 for those who are familiar with those qualification requirements. And then in addition to that, we make sure all of our incident management team members go through annual exercises to drill their proficiency. And so with that in mind, that is our that's the structure that we utilize. We activate incident management teams for incidents in the company that escalate to a certain level or threshold that require enterprise level attention and response, as was the case on the 24th. So just to provide some example of how this system worked on the 24th, I was actually, myself and an incident management team were already activated for public safety power shutoffs, looking at the high fire areas and the foothills, and looking to shut off power to ultimately reduce the risk of wildfire spread that could impact those communities. So we were already activated for that event. I got a call from our watch office, which is a 24/7 fusion center that notifies us of incidents of this sort of magnitude, which included a significant number of customers and a prolonged outage impacting multiple cities. And from there, I was in conversation with the county, the Office of Emergency Services. We had a discussion about the outage, about the impacts, the severity, and made the decision shortly after to activate another incident management team to specifically address accelerating resources and attention to this issue to make sure that we could make the resources available and accelerate decision making to be able to get the power back up. One quick reference here, we do have an emergency operations center that we do utilize. In this case, since we already had some of our team activated remotely, we did manage this incident remotely, which is a common practice for these kind of events. If it was a serious earthquake or something of that magnitude, we would potentially bring in everyone in person to operate out of our emergency operations center. So just to provide you some insight here as to our structure and how we've adapted the incident command system for our company, we have those 800 personnel are assigned to these different functional teams. And so you can see here on the left, we replicate the positions seen in an emergency operations center typically. And then on the right, you have the different functional teams that we use to manage different types of events that could impact our company. At times, we're operating in unified command for an event that may be complex and that may require multiple different functional teams. This describes our approach to scaling. And again, for this incident. There are multiple variables at play that drove us to activate our structure, our command structure, and to do everything that we could to throw resources at this and make sure that we could restore power in a timely manner. And again, this is following the typical planning, scaling framework that you might see in plans from the city on up to the state and the feds. So I think we have limited time. Again, I would definitely welcome anyone to attend our planning seminar where we discuss in further detail our work and what we do at Edison to manage emergencies, and can go into much more detail there. But I'll pause and see if there are any questions.
Well, I want to thank you both very much for being here, well, all three of you. But really the whole purpose of having you guys come here was really to educate us on, educate the city and the public on what happened that night, and learn a little bit more about your emergency response operations. So you've done that. We appreciate that, and I want to thank you. It was obviously an unfortunate situation. Wasn't ideal at all. It was Christmas Eve, but I want to thank you for your follow-up and constant communication with our city manager, and also with your staff on the front lines with our first responders and public works to try to get that mitigated as soon as possible. So with that said, I'll go ahead and open it up to my colleagues if you guys have any questions or comments.
I do, Mayor. Thank you. Thank you again. As the mayor indicated, we are grateful for you being here tonight. Yes, it was definitely an unfortunate event, and we thank you for your proactiveness in handling the situation, given the circumstances. And I have a couple of questions as we also try to better inform and educate our community in how to be better prepared and more resilient. And that is, how can residents protect their equipment? And we know that there's surge protectors, but with constant power surges, what can you recommend residents do to ensure that there's, again, if people aren't home, aside from power surges, is there anything else that they can do to protect their equipment?
For the most part, you already hit the nail on the head, and that is having those electrical surge protectors in their homes, plugged in their washer, dryers, or TVs, those appliances and devices. The good thing is this type of incident doesn't happen frequently. This substation was built in 1956. It was the first time this happened. So that's got a good track record there.
Yes, and you mentioned at the beginning of your presentation, Francisco, was it an SNX or the ATS? An automatic transfer switch that failed at the substation?
That I don't have the details on.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and again, as you also look at your infrastructure, you said it was built in 1956. So hopefully, as it was repaired and replaced, you're still looking at that root cause analysis to hopefully ensure we go at least another 50 years.
Correct, and there's going to be upgrades at the substation going on with automatic sensors and switches being installed. So yes.
Yeah. Now, another question is, if residents, did Edison establish some type of an email or a hotline for claims if due to the power surges or that power loss, would there have been the potential for breakers to be damaged?
The first one was if there was a hotline set up for claims. Mm-hmm. So there is a website. It's sce.com/claims. Any customer who feels that they have a claim they want to file, go directly to that website and file a claim. And it'll be handled on a case-by-case basis between the claims department and the customer directly.
Okay. And my second question, would a significant power surge damage circuit breakers in a home?
The type of surge that customers experienced were no different than when a car hits a pole and the power goes out. So it wasn't any more significant than any type of outage, because that was on the distribution side.
Well, again, thank you. We appreciate the partnership, and as we've indicated to our residents before, those that are dependent on medical equipment, medical devices, we recommend to have little generators at hand.
Absolutely. Yes, backup generation at home is a requirement.
Thank you. No further comments or questions. Thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Colleagues, any other questions or comments?
More of a comment to our residents. Many residents were upset, Francisco, but I want you to know that I received a lot of beautiful messages about families who are telling me that this would be one of the most memorable Christmas Eves they ever passed. They felt closer because they didn't have power. They made do with what they had. And so to those residents who, like me, we look for the positives that can come out of a negative, I just want to let you know how resilient our city is. We understand that this was inevitable. It was an accident. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the response. I was also in Mexico. I was working remotely and about to enjoy my Christmas Eve when all this was coming down. Right away, you responded. Thank you for your quick response to me and letting me know what was going on. Thank you.
Absolutely. It's a great partnership with the city staff, elected officials, and in the community. They were the ones reporting a lot of this information back to us, too. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just would say a comment again. Thank you for coming here. I know everyone's under a lot of scrutiny with things that are happening these days, but yes, we are very resilient. I saw the same comments as well. We got a candle out, or we went to another city, and they tried to make the best of it. I had a couple restaurants reach out to me, owners. These are mom and pop type restaurants, to say, was there any maybe remediation on one of the heaviest days for the restaurant that they were going to have the income and the revenue stream then was cut. But you mentioned there was a website for something like that, or is it more for damages to a home or a breaker that blew? Could they go to something like that?
That is for any type of potential claim.
Okay.
Right.
So I can refer them to something like that?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Actually, I do have one question. Maybe I missed it during the presentation. You did mention that you were going to discuss a little bit about some things that you might change or would have done a little bit different, but maybe I didn't catch that.
Yes, I did. So one of those was ensuring that wherever we have a right-of-way, we have a business in the area that uses our facilities, to adhere to the rules not to park vehicles or stage equipment in front of those entrances and exits, because that took about 2 to 3 hours to get those cars out of the way. So that could have helped the response time. Another one is having you, the council, city staff, come to our emergency operations center for a tour when we make them available later this year. Councilmember, I know you're interested in that with your background, but those are two of them. Another one is have your constituents, our customers, sign up for outage alerts. Go into our website, se.com/outage, and sign up for text alerts or email alerts. That way it takes a burden and the time off from city staff having to address what time's my power gonna come on, what's going on. Go directly to that website and they get alerts and text messages to them directly.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I know it was one of the first actions as our mayor had. It was interesting first few days, but thank you so much for the presentation and giving us some feedback and understanding of what happened during that time. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Okay, there's one public hearing this evening, public hearing number 4 to consider and discuss the transition to a 5-district election system, review draft district maps, and if map adoption is finalized, introduce ordinance amending Downey Municipal Code Section 2103 regarding election by 5 districts, defining district boundaries, and scheduling elections within the districts pursuant to the California Voting Rights Act. So that the City Council, 1, hold the 4th public hearing to consider any public input and to discuss the transition to an election system consisting of 5 individual districts. 2, conduct further review of draft district maps and finalize selection of map for adoption, or alternatively, continue discussion at a further public hearing. And 3, if a map is selected, based on that map, introduce an ordinance amending Downey Municipal Code Section 2103 regarding election by 5 districts, defining district boundaries, and scheduling elections within the districts pursuant to the California Voting Rights Act. The hour having arrived, the public hearing is now open. It is 7:31 p.m. City Clerk Duarte, do you have proof of publication?
I do, Mayor.
Thank you. Can I have a motion and second to receive and file the publication?
So
to
moved.
close.
Or second?
Please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you. City Manager Bradley, is there a staff report?
Yes, Mayor, I'll turn it over to City Attorney Funk to introduce the item.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, members of the public. Tonight is our 4th public hearing on the subject of the proposed transition in the city's election system from our current system consisting of 4 individual districts plus 1 at-large district to a system consisting of 5 individual districts themselves. Again, this is the 4th public hearing tonight. That's important because tonight is the first point at which, if there is consensus among the council could select a new district map consisting of the new district boundaries. The law requires us to have at least 4 public hearings on the subject, and again, tonight is the 4th one. At the last public hearing, the 3rd hearing, the council by a majority vote preliminarily selected map 104. That decision may be affirmed tonight, or a different decision may be made, or additional discussion could be had as well. With us tonight is again our expert demographer, Mr. Doug Johnson, who will be able to field any questions you may have about the maps, which tonight include 9 additional maps by members of the public. We had 4 at the 3rd public hearing. We have 9 more for consideration that members of the public could submit as required by law. So with that, I'll turn it over to Doug, who's with us, who'll be able to field any questions about process, the maps, and if there's anything else the council may be curious about, either he or I will be happy to chime in.
Thank you, City Attorney.
Thank you,
Good
Doug.
evening.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to be with you again. I'll just jump in here. Some of this will look familiar. We're kind of refreshing the discussion from the last hearing. And then, as you just heard, there are a number of new maps that I will touch on as well. As you just heard, this is the 4th hearing. It has been an extensive process starting back in January. And so we are looking, today is the first time when the council can really put the map number in an ordinance if the council is ready to do that. Of course, the council is not required to do that. You can continue to go on with this, but this is the last of the 4 hearings required before you adopt. You can have more hearings if that's your choice coming out of tonight. I'll briefly go through these. We've covered these criteria at each of the hearings, but they're always worth revisiting just to remind, in particular, the public and any new members of the public we may have participating. When it comes to drawing and selecting maps, first of all, we have federal laws. We have to have an equal number of people in each district, and it is total population. It's not registered voters or anything like that. It's human beings as counted in the census. The map must also comply with the Federal Voting Rights Act, and we cannot engage in racial gerrymandering. And all the maps you're looking at today comply with all those requirements. Then the state, starting in 2023, applied to everybody, applied these new criteria. What was already in place was the middle column. The maps must be contiguous. They must avoid division of neighborhoods and communities of interest. They must follow easily identifiable boundaries like railroads, major roads, that kind of thing. And then last in the state's list is be compact. You're not supposed to bypass one group of people to get to another group of people. The new provision in 2023 is in the top right. The map cannot be drawn or adopted for the purpose of favoring or discriminating against an incumbent political candidate or party. And then should multiple maps be equal on all these criteria, which very rarely happens, then you can go to what are called traditional redistricting principles, such as future population growth. But now with these new state priorities, those tend to be the decisive factors. So we have 2 slides here where I'm going to show you maps. The first 4 are the maps you saw last time. And then the 5th map, 105 in the bottom right, is a new map submitted by a resident. I'll show it in a little more detail so you can see it better on a slide coming up. But we do have the 4 that were up before. And as a reminder to residents, the council did kind of preliminarily vote on a preference for map 104. It's not a binding vote, but that was the vote at the last meeting. So we have the new map 105, which is similar to 101. And I'll show you the details so you can read the street names and all that. Similar to 101, and it creates a central district, but it creates a very different central district than in 101. Then we had Mr. Lamb, a very enthusiastic resident and participant, who, if you, and actually I don't think he's a city resident, but he's a member of the public who submitted maps. And the common factor in all these is they all have that central district. So it's 8 different versions of a central district.
Interesting.
These have all been posted to the website. They're all available in the interactive review map and have been for over a week now. So I won't go through all 8 of them in detail, but we can call any of them up in detail that you'd like to. So 101, again, I'll be pretty brief on the first 4 since we saw them last hearing, but kind of each A, B, C, and D, each consists completely of territory that used to be in districts 1, 2, 3, or 4, respectively. None of them cross over the old district lines, but each of them gives up the middle pieces to create District E in the middle. And as a reminder to residents, we're using letters because we'll put the numbers in at the end. We don't want, we don't want people to think of, oh, this council member used to be 2 but is now 4. That gets very confusing. So we'll make the numbers consistent once a map is chosen. 102 is a different approach, significantly more change in each of the districts, but it keeps each district kind of coming into the middle of the city, having territory downtown or very close to downtown. 103, you can see the kind of stacked approach of C and D in the north, and then you've got A and B side by side in the south, and E is the one that makes up that population difference where we don't have a perfect 3-2 split of population across the railroad. And so it's got the south and some of the eastern part of the city. And then 104 is another approach where each district comes close to or is in downtown. You can see B, C, and D, very compact. A is compact, but it's an L shape. And then E gets the south and comes over and gets the part of East Downey that's across the flood channel there. Then the new map 105, as I mentioned, it's also got a central district, but it's farther south than 101. So you can see that Cherokee Drive neighborhood stays in District D, and E comes farther south. It also does not go east. It stops at Lakewood Boulevard and just is stretched more than it was in 101 in order to stay between Lakewood and Paramount. So another central idea, happy to come back and look in detail at any of these if you have any questions throughout all of this. Again, this was a resident submission, so we're happy to see residents getting interested and participating in this process. And there is an email in your packets that has the residents' description of their thinking and motivations behind the map. There also is an email in your packet that walks through the different maps. A couple of these he gave specific comments on, but most of them it was just here's another central map. We do get this in a number of projects where someone is kind of, they love the online mapping tool and kind of, here's my idea, I'm going to draw every possible variation of it. Again, happy to look at in detail at any of these, but I won't take the time in this presentation to walk through each one individually. So happy to get any discussion feedback you have on this. It's still open to if the residents and council want to either propose new maps, ask for new maps, or ask for changes to any of these maps, we can do that and bring those back for an additional hearing. Or if the council is comfortable with one of these maps, you can introduce the ordinance tonight. And as I mentioned, it is noted at the bottom here, once a map is chosen, so the process, if you get that far tonight, is we'd pick a map Then we'd look at the district numbers and election sequence, and then those district numbers and that map with those numbers assigned would go into the ordinance for final adoption. So with that, and as always, we're always looking for more comment as if the process will continue tonight, at least for second reading. So if people do have thoughts after tonight, they can send an email, call the city clerk's office as always in this town. The clerk's office is very open to comment and very responsive to that. So if you have any questions now or after the public comments, I'm happy.
Yes, before I turn it over to my colleagues for comments and questions, appreciate you coming down and give us more of an explanation. I do have some questions regarding some of the specific maps.
Sure.
Let's see here. Actually, I'd like to see a variation of map 101 that doesn't necessarily put District 5 or District E, I'm sorry, right in the middle of Downey. Like a variation, I'd like to see a variation of that.
So what would the idea be? Do you have an idea where you want to see that come out, or?
Well, the map isn't bad, but my only concern is, and I don't know if, you know, first off, I'm going to ask for variations of some of these maps so we can get some different looks. So I am going to request a continuance of this conversation.
Sure.
But for map 101, my issue with this one is District E would be right smack in the middle of Downey. Basically covers the central part of Downey and all of downtown Downey. I'd like to see a little bit of a variation from that.
Sure. For example, in making these maps, we always play around with a lot of different ideas before we get to the maps we actually present to you. I have looked at scenarios where the new seat is essentially south of Imperial kind of thing, where the new seat appears in different parts of the city. Is that what you have in mind?
Right.
Okay. Can do that.
Also, for map 104, sorry, 103, where it doesn't specifically change District 1 so drastically. That's the same for 103 and 104. I'd like to see variations where they don't severely change the existing District 1. And also for District 4, and again, they're probably new maps, but just variations based on, you know, what the baseline we see here. But map 104, where we can get another variation of that, where it doesn't take the very southwest end portion of Downey out of District B or 2.
What I would like to see, Mayor, is looking at map 104, the bottom southeast portion, that's where the new district being created. That one, there were concerns with Councilmember Ortiz that, you know, obviously that completely cut into that particular district. And so shifting it more to that side to cover more of 1 or more of E. So back to what Mayor Sosa indicated, another variation of 104.
I'm sorry, Councilman, when you mentioned that side, what, I know you're looking at the map.
I'm
which side
looking
are you
at,
referring to?
I'm
You have
looking.
streets that you would have to delineate?
It would be coming east towards Bellflower.
So this way.
Yes. Because that's what you're talking about.
Downey versus Brookshire.
So basically, moving the L the other way around.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because that map does, it does, yeah. So instead of having the new option of 104 cover that very southwest end of Downey, maybe shift that east a little bit. so that the southwest portion of Downey, in map 104 as an option, the very southwest end portion of Downey stays within B or District 2.
Sure.
So we kind of move that east.
Instead of a backwards L, make it a regular L.
Yeah, exactly, because that impacts both, Councilmember Ortiz, correct me if I'm wrong, but that impacts both District 1 and District 2,
Yes,
correct?
correct.
Okay.
Well, and that one will impact, it'll do a shift between the newly created district, District 4, and District 3, with a new iteration of 104. Because, well, and if we look at,
But look at 105, 105, the new 105 now has something like that, which is a whole new outlook of the other four.
I mean, we do 105, it's basically, well, it's the same, my opinion. I would say that 105 is similar to map 101. It's just, you're bringing the center a little further lower. And what I'm understanding is maybe my colleagues are a little interested in map 105 as well.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Your guys, my council colleagues, you guys are more interested in map 105 now, instead of the center being a little higher?
It's a new interesting look,
little-
yes.
well, my only question with 105 is, and again, knowing that we will try to get as close to the total population. As I look at the report for 105, there is, for District B and then District D, there is a negative 2.26% in terms of the loss of population, and then negative 1.57 for D.
Could you explain, one of my questions would be the deviation percentage. You have a deviation percentage there that varies from 1 to 1/10 to, what is the maximum allowed? And what does that mean?
Yeah, so it is a little bit of a weird calculation. It's from the U.S. Supreme Court. And those of you lawyers understand, lawyers trying to do math can get interesting. But the idea is that we figure out the deviation of each district from the ideal. So as it could be minus 2% plus 3%. And then the difference between the largest and smallest can be no more than 10%. So as a rule of thumb, we say try to stay within plus or minus 5%, but theoretically you could actually go over by 8% if every other district was under by 2%, because that's a 10% difference. Now the numbers never work out to be perfectly that, but yeah, as long as you're within 10% range, you're okay. A smaller range is considered better, but keep in mind at this point, this data is next month, it's going to be 5 years old. And so we're not too worried about if it's 2% or 5%, as long as we're safely within that 10% legal range.
And all of these maps have fallen within that range. That's what I've seen. Is that correct?
Yes. And I should say, it can be very tricky to get a map within that range. So kudos to the members of the public that actually managed to do that on all those maps.
I had to bring my my mother's big magnifying glass to see all of your numbers, but it's a very deep dive that you do and a very thorough comparison of different areas. So it's not just by color and what it looks like. There's voter records that I saw and noticed. Sorry to take your time, Mayor, but you know, there's 37% of the people voted in 2022 and 74% of the people voted in 2020. So not everybody does vote. Yep. That's what I've learned in this too.
It's very true. And just so the record's clear, the voter records are the state's surname records by ethnicity and whether they voted or not. We're not looking at any partisan data. So.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, again, I've already requested a continuance because I'd like to get a closer look at some of these other maps drawn out by the enthusiastic resident. But you know, thank you for your further analysis. I do have a question for our city attorney. Just curious, this attorney, Andrew Saraga, do we know if he's brought this type of conversation up to other cities, other municipalities?
Mayor, we're not aware of any similar litigation or threat of litigation that he has been behind with respect to other municipalities. He has been involved with the Bellflower Unified School District in a recent conversion from at-large districts to by-district elections. And my understanding is that he was employed by the district or represented the district in that in those proceedings.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments, colleagues?
I do have two questions that I want to ask. Maybe first I want to ask the question to John. I know that we're getting this suit, and our comparison was to Santa Monica. Is that correct? Currently Santa Monica is going through a lawsuit. They're spending how much? $20 million.
They spent upwards of over $20 million on the defense and the appeals process as well. It's gone all the way to the California Supreme Court, now back down to the trial court.
And when did we get that comparison to Santa Monica? Because through my understanding and really diving into this, Santa Monica has all their council members at large.
Correct.
So why did we compare them if we have 4 districts, and a 5th at large? Why is there another lawsuit going on to a different city that has a similar situation to ours? I just don't get the comparison between Santa Monica and our city.
Well, we drew that comparison, Councilmember Ortiz, really because Santa Monica has been the only jurisdiction that has chosen to defend this type of litigation to date. Burbank is another one that recently is defending as well. So Downey is not comparable to Santa Monica in terms of its current makeup, its election system, but Santa Monica is highlighted. We highlighted it, and it's often is highlighted as one of the only jurisdictions, if not the only jurisdiction, that is elected to defend these allegations of violations of the California Voting Rights Act. So they're the ones.
If I can add to that too, Downey is unique.
Yeah, I was just going to add that as well.
Yeah.
Our system is very unique in that we have 4 individual districts plus an at-large. I'll call it a mixed system, but I will also say that under the CVRA, a mixed system containing both individual districts and at least 1 at-large district is considered to be at-large under the CVRA.
Okay, so has another city been sued somewhat similar to our situation, or are we the first city being sued for with 4 districts and 1 at large as a unique city?
Councilmember Ortiz, we're not being sued.
Or we're changing our maps, so
There's a threat of litigation.
Threat,
The only
yes.
the only other city in the state that has anything even remotely like your system is actually Oakland, which has 6 or 7 districts, and then an at-large council member, but they also have an at-large mayor. Just to really mix things up. And we do not recommend that system. So you really are unique. There's nothing to compare to your system in terms of having that at-large seat that's not the mayor.
So my understanding is that having this one at-large district and these 4 smaller districts is what makes us vulnerable and subject to potential lawsuits. And that our 2 choices were either create a new 5th district, which we're looking at, or make that at-large position the mayoral seat, right? Those are the 2 solutions?
Elected position.
That's correct, Councilmember Trujillo. Those were the 2 solutions, the 2 options available to us given our mixed system, yes.
Mm-hmm. And so as long as we have this one at-large district, we're vulnerable.
That's correct. The CVRA does not expressly forbid at-large districts. It just makes them much easier to target and much more vulnerable to challenge. It prohibits at-large districts if those at-large districts serve to impair the ability of a protected class to elect one of its members or to otherwise influence the outcome of an election. So it really takes aim at the at-large districts and asks whether there's any racially polarized voting in an at-large district. And if so, then that can be struck down.
Thank you.
Thank you. And again, I just want to reiterate to the public that, again, this type of scenario calls for a minimum of 4 public hearings. This is an important decision that could potentially change the way we vote in the city of Downey going forward. So That's why I've requested a continuance. We can look further into this, and we'll discuss it at a future council meeting coming up very soon, actually.
And Mayor, I also wanted to ask our presenter here tonight. There had been some comments out in the community about this process and gerrymandering. Could you please delineate what has been taking place in the thorough review of these maps and the population? I think you mentioned something really critical a little bit ago, and that was the voter registration and the voter turnout numbers, but not by party affiliation. So if you can just address any type of concern that anybody may have about gerrymandering.
Sure, happy to. Yes, as you just mentioned, there's no partisan data in this. It's actually banned. It's part of that California prohibition, no consideration for favoring or discriminating against an incumbent, a political candidate, or a political party. And so the way we make sure we don't discriminate or favor a political party is there's no data involved in this process at all. And on terms of the incumbent and political candidates, I don't know where any of the council members live. I don't have that data. I don't know where any potential candidates are. So certainly the NDC maps are drawn with that, and the residents all have those criteria too. Those are fairly strict criteria. You can see these maps are very square districts. Using the major roads. Some of the concern is, are we supposed to use the railroad or the major road? Well, you can use either one. Both is clear. But the fact that that's the question and that's the difference is telling. Ultimately, though, I would say racial gerrymandering is a legally defined term. Gerrymandering is not, unless you violate one of those criteria. So I would say the definition of gerrymander is any map that the person speaking doesn't like. So when someone says it's a gerrymander, we got to say which of the criteria does it violate. That's what we want to know. It's a non-compact map. It's dividing up a neighborhood map. Those are legal problems. Just a map that someone doesn't like. Yes, they can call it a gerrymander. They're not wrong because they don't like it, unless it's a gerrymander. But yes, the state's criteria are very strict. You can see in all these maps there is still room for variety. But this is a much smaller range of options than you would have seen before the Fair Maps Act was passed 10 years ago.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. I will now open this item up for public comment. City Clerk Duarte, did we receive any written correspondence to be incorporated into the record?
Yes, Mayor, we did. We received one written public comment from Bill Lamb in support of a 5-district election system, and he would like to see District 5 placed at the center of the city. We received a second written public comment from Mr. Lamb, again submitting comments in favor of placing District 5 at the center of the city and in opposition of map 104, but in favor of maps 101, 105, or any of his 8 proposed maps. We then received a written public comment from Faraz Akil. He submitted a proposed map that addresses the concerns from the City Council at the February 25th council meeting. We received a second written public comment from Mr. Faraz Akil. He commented that the City Council vote in favor of his proposed map submittal, 105, and in opposition of selecting map 104 due to the impact to his neighborhood. We received an additional public comment from Ms. Lisette Rivera. She submitted comments in opposition of map 104 and asked the council to reconsider their selection based on fairness, representation, and the needs of the residents. That is all, Mayor.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to public comment. Members of the audience wishing to address the City Council regarding the public hearing item may come up where your number is called. City Clerk Duarte, how many numbers have been?
We have 2 for the public hearing item, Mayor.
I will be calling yellow number cards for this item. I remind speakers that you have 3 minutes to address the City Council, and your comments must be regarding the public hearing item only. Speaker number 1, please come forward. Thank you.
Lee Squire, Vietnam era veteran, U.S. Army, advocate for the federal civil rights for the Jews, the blacks, and the disabled. I also concur that at first I liked map 104. Now I agree with the mayor that I don't like the concentration centered in the downtown area. However, what I would also like to do is when you're dialoguing back and forth between, let's say, 105 and 104, it would be nice if you would put it up on the screen so we can kind of like see what you guys are discussing on that screen. It would be gratefully appreciated. Again, I thank your comments, but again, I'm also concurred that I don't like the heavy concentration in the downtown, and I would also like to see further reiterations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Squire. Speaker number 2, please come forward.
I've looked at the maps. I really don't care, to be honest with you. I just hope that when y'all vote for whatever map, because I'm on the other side of the freeway. I don't think we even exist sometimes. I just hope that when you guys do vote, that you don't put your personal ambitions ahead of the vote for what's for the city. If you know somebody that's going to run in the future or something and it affects them, I would ask that you put that aside, your personal preferences, and do what's best for the city. That's all really I have to say. All right? Thanks.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion and a second to close the public hearing.
Second.
Sorted by the mayor. I'm going to go ahead and make a motion of continuance based on the request for the district map variations.
I second the motion.
Okay. Please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you. Now is the time for agenda. Now's the time for, I'm missing a word here. Now's the time for the consent calendar, non-agenda items.
Thank you.
City Clerk Duarte, did we receive any written public comment to be incorporated into the record?
Mayor, yes, we have. We received written public comment from Jennifer Zuluaga regarding the history of the Stratford building, the need to make necessary repairs to the building, and lack of funds. She's inquiring if the city has any financial resources that can assist with repairs of the building at 10400 Downey Avenue. We also received written public comment from the Glenbrook HOA Board. They submitted comments requesting a residential parking district for the residents of Serapis and Cedar Tree due to the loss of parking, Chick-fil-A employees parking on residential streets, school drop-off and pickup traffic, and increased housing density. We also received written public comment from Niru Dua. She submitted comments regarding her creation of an astronaut logo for Downey. And that is all, Mayor.
Actually, is there a motion and a second to receive and file written public comment?
So moved.
Second.
Please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Council will now take public comment on agenda, consent calendar, and non-agenda items. If you did not receive a number card and wish to speak, please proceed to the back of the room to be issued a number card by city staff. We will be calling blue number cards for the public comment period. Before we begin the public comment period, we would like to remind members of the audience that the city's meeting rules contained in the Downey Municipal Code prohibit any conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting. Copies of the meeting rules are located in the back of the chambers. Members of the audience and speakers who violate these rules and cause a disruption will receive one warning and then may be removed from the meeting. Violations of the rules of decorum for council meetings may also result in an administrative fine under the Municipal Code or citation for a misdemeanor under Penal Code Section 403. The City Council acknowledges the right of the public to address issues that are within the city's jurisdiction and invites the public to do so during the City Council meeting. However, this right must be balanced with the need of the City Council to conduct the public business in a fair and efficient manner, free from disruption or disturbance. We expect that everyone who participates in today's meeting, from the members of the council here on the dais, to staff, to the members of the public in attendance, do so with respect and dignity. Please refrain from using profanity, name-calling, or behaving in a way that disrupts this meeting. This includes yelling, whistling, booing, screaming, and any other outburst that disrupts or disturbs the meeting. Any conduct that interferes with or disrupts persons who are addressing the City Council. Any conduct that interferes with or disrupts council members while they are speaking. Any other conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting. And attacks of a personal nature on city staff or city council members that have no connection to agenda items or non-agenda items. We remind speakers that your comments must be addressed to the mayor and not to any other council member, city staff, or the audience.
That's a much more pleasant voice than mine. You're welcome.
Mayor, we have 8 speakers.
Thank you. Based on the number of speakers, each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the City Council. I remind all speakers that you must remain seated until your number is called. Speaker number 1, please come forward.
Hello, everybody. My name is Michael Churko.
Good evening.
I met most of you guys in service clubs, Sir Optimus, Kiwanis, Downey, Los Amigos, Kiwanis. And I think I introduced Hector Sosa to the Kiwanis Club or something like that, right?
The Downey, Los Amigos, Kiwanis, and Gangs out of Downey. So thank you for that, Michael.
You're welcome. Anyway, so now I joined a new service club. It's called the Downey Moose. They're not actually in Downey. They're in Hollydale. And on Saturday, March 29th, we're going to be celebrating Jesus Torres' birthday. And he is a past member of also another veteran club called the Courage Forward, which is not around anymore. But I would invite all of you guys to come if you guys can. It would be really nice. And thank you to the police department for the fentanyl bust that happened. Thank you, Scott. That's it for me.
Thank you. Speaker number 2, please come forward. Good evening.
Hello, good evening, everybody. My name is Ray Neelam Nega. I'm a Downey resident, business owner. Mr. Mayor Hector Sosa, Councilwoman Dorothy Pemberton, I have accent, so be bear with me. Councilman Mario Trejo and Councilman Horacio Ortiz, Councilwoman Claudia Formeta, and the city officials, city manager, city attorney, and city officials. And our first sponsor, hello everybody. I like to take this time to thank you all for your work for the community or for the business community. I appreciate your support and I see you around, and thank you so much for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 3, please come forward. Good evening, Mr. Squire. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Lee Squire, Vietnam era veteran, U.S. Army, civil rights advocate for Jews in America, Mayor and City Council. Number 1, I want to honor Felipe Ramirez, U.S. Army Vietnam combat veteran who passed away in 2024. 2 hand-built horse-drawn models of fire engines were donated to Fire Stations number 1 and Fire Station number 3. Felipe Ramirez lived in District number 3. I told his wife that I would bring honor to his name at a future council meeting, and again, I cannot thank and have my personal issues favorably with the fire services and the use of paramedics. My second comment is anti-Semitism against Jews in America is to attack the honor of the World War II veterans, the liberators of the Jews from the Holocaust. We, the Vietnam veterans, are the voice of World War II veterans, for they were our parents and we are their children. We are the children of the Holocaust. This hatred must stop. I am glad to announce that Pam Bondi, U.S. Attorney, Department of Justice, Office for Civil Rights, has created the Anti-Semitism Task Force, which has been created to address hatred against Jews in cities and colleges and universities. I look forward to working with, and I'm also glad to say that a Black civil rights attorney is over this brand new division of anti-Semitism and stopping this hatred at our colleges. God bless the nation of Israel. God bless America. God bless my military, the veterans and its families, and God bless local policing and families across America. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 4, please come forward.
Hello, City Council.
Good
Hello,
evening.
everybody here. Thank you for having me. My name is Zephyr John Madrigal III. I'm the commander of the Military Order of Purple Heart, Chapter 210. I met a couple of you City Council people here. I haven't met the mayor yet. We are out of Long Beach, California, and we're trying to make Downey our home. I've contacted multiple council people. I count some associates that you have on payroll here. I live in District 3. I've had a person that was a council member running to make Downey a Purple Heart City, while proclaiming Downey as a Purple Heart City does not make it a Purple Heart City. There's steps that have to be moved forward, and I am the one contact that needs to push it forward through national, through a sanction. I already contacted other personnel for the Department of California to ask if it was valid. In a way it is, but in a way it's not official through us. Now, we're the ones from Congress that are in this organization that is sanctioned by Congress. So me living in District 3 is a little upset that I gave him my contact number to you guys, but still haven't been contacted for. So we're in contact with the city of Pico Rivera constantly. They are always moving forward for veterans. I want Downey to do the same. I'm not mad, I'm not upset, I just want to be part of it. When you guys have something, let us know. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I could, we'd be happy to follow up with the gentleman, and I'll have our Parks Director reach out to him and find out more information about this. Thank you.
And I'll acknowledge and speak afterward, too, that he has reached out, and we were in the middle of what the request is.
Thank you. Speaker number 5, please come forward. Good evening.
Thank you. It's easy to be pro-abortion when you are not the one being killed. Abortion has greatly eroded the moral fabric of our society. Abortions are committed because people want pleasure without responsibility. We have outdone the ancient pagans in depravity. Molech is a detestable Ammonite god that was worshipped by the sacrifice of children. Leviticus 18:21 says, "And you shall not let any of your descendants pass through the fire to Molech, nor shall you profane the name of your God. I am the Lord." In modern America, we are technologically advanced. We killed the child in the womb. Just watch the silent scream on YouTube to confirm this. It is an ultrasound of an actual abortion, proving the unborn victim feels pain as he is cruelly dismembered. Here is the next verse, Leviticus 18:22. You shall not lie with a male as with a woman. It is an abomination.
Thank you. Speaker number 7, please. 6, speaker number 6. Mr. Lacy. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Mr. Bradley and staff. Mayor, I want to talk briefly about the possibility of the banning of gas appliances, the possibility of banning gas appliances. You know, our state has many agencies who kind of direct how we live today. One of those agencies, or some of those agencies, have a lot of clout. In particular, I want to refer to the South Coast Air Quality Management District. It's a mouthful of words. The South Coast Air Quality Management Directive. What they are proposing in May 2nd, their board of directors are looking at a proposal to possibly ban gas appliances. Now, this agency, the main focus is to mitigate pollution. That's fine. Now, what they propose to do at this meeting is to outlaw gas appliances and force people that have gas appliances to convert starting in the year 2026, a year from now, to convert to electric heaters and water heaters and heating devices. Now, you can imagine if that rule was implemented, that would create a large problem with most of us. So I would invite the council to look into their proposal and then issue their recommendation towards that meeting, because it would affect all of us on the thing. Mayor, this ends my comments. I yield my remaining time back to you.
Thank you. Speaker number 7, please come forward. Good evening.
Good evening. First, I want to thank you guys for working so cohesively together. It's a nice change of pace. This is a pretty mellow council meeting from what I've seen in the past. I want to give the chief of police congrats to getting more fentanyl in one arrest than all of Canada got over the border this last year. 43 pounds versus whatever he had, according to the paper. I don't know if that's all true, but I think that we're doing a good job. I'm happy with Downey. I was talking to the human resource gentleman, and I'm proud to live in Downey. I've been here what seems to be forever. I was hoping to retire and leave Downey, but I don't think that's going to happen. You know, I always live by, you don't leave a good thing when you have it. We have a great council. We have a great new chief of the fire department. I'm grateful that I'm even here because of them. I'm approaching my 13th year of my heart attack that should have killed me. It didn't. I'm just grateful. I think you guys are doing a great job. I know we don't all agree on all of our politics, but we agree enough to support each other and get the same outcome that we all want. We may go down a different path and get there, but we all are getting there. Mayor, I think you're doing an excellent job. I have nothing really bad to say because I was hoping somebody would give you a tongue lashing and I could combat it, but nothing tonight.
Thank you.
Now, y'all give it time. I mean, I'm sure there's time. I'm just grateful. I'm grateful I live in the city of Downey. I have no regret moving here 35, 40 years ago, whatever it was. I use my time. I don't give up anything free, and I've got a minute and a half. I'll think of something. No, I'm grateful for the city manager. You're doing a great job. I'm glad we captured you and made you work here. I think it's a good investment. I think the city's made good investments. The city's only gotten better as I've gotten older, or I'm not seeing stuff as well as I should, and it's not really. But like I said, I'm proud to be a Downey resident, and I'm grateful. I'm very grateful for how you guys work together. And I don't know what you do in the back chambers, but at least up front, we all believe you love each other, and it's all happy. But thanks again. I'm very grateful for especially the fire and police and the public works. You're there, but thank you again. I appreciate it.
Thank you. The Public Works, the unsung heroes of the city of Downey. So you're welcome, Matt. Speaker number 8. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Jim Reed, a Vietnam vet, and I know about chaos. And I piggyback on the previous speaker of commending a very professional meeting again. I was here in a period when we had the traveling provocateurs. And so glad that we have a period of real sane and sometimes impassioned discussion like we had for the why, for instance. But the number 5-0 votes, but when there's dissent, there is respectful dissent. And I concur that I am also proud of the city and of your representation of it. And so thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Speaker number 9, please come forward. Good evening, Mr. Calvert.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City staff. I'm not going to say anything nice about you guys, but no, I will. It's amazing, though, on some level to see people stand in line and get numbers to say nice things about you, because let me tell you, in years past, that wasn't the case. So thank you for turning it around. You've done a wonderful job. I wanted to thank you all for the comments about the women's conference that we did on Friday. And I appreciate the acknowledgement of my hard work, because, yeah, it was hard work. But we have our chairperson, Carmen Gonzalez, who's also in the audience. Rain, that just spoke earlier, she's our board president. She's very much involved. And I just wanted to acknowledge how much work they put into the event as well. So, and that is all. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion and a second to close public comment?
So moved.
Second.
Sorted by the mayor. Now's the time for consent calendar items. Are there any council members that would like to remove or abstain from an item? Any? No? Is there a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar?
I move to approve.
Please vote.
Quick with Claudia.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you. Now we move on to administrative reports. There are 4 administrative reports this evening. First item is salary range adjustment for the position of city clerk. That City Council adopt resolution number 25-8293, establishing compensation for the position of city clerk. City Manager Bradley, is there a staff report for item number 6?
Yes, Mayor, we have Human Resources Director McQueen here to present the item.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. The item before you this evening is a proposed resolution increasing the compensation for the city clerk position. As part of Council's approval of this resolution, Senate Bill 1436 requires local agencies to report out certain information prior to changing the compensation for executive employees. Under this law, legislative bodies must orally report a summary of the proposed changes in the open session portion of the meeting prior to voting. On November 28, 2017, the City Council approved the current employment agreement between the city and the city clerk. This agreement establishes that the City Council will annually review the performance of the city clerk. On February 11th, 2025, the council completed the annual performance review for the city clerk and directed staff to prepare a one-time salary range adjustment of 15% to be effective November 11th of 2024 to coincide with the start of the city clerk's performance evaluation. Following approval of this proposed resolution, the new pay rate for the city clerk position will be $11,500.62 to $14,247.35 per month. Following this one-time adjustment, this position will continue to receive cost of living adjustments consistent with those provided to the city's other executive management positions. All other terms and conditions of employment will remain as adopted in the original agreement. Approval of this action will result in an expenditure of approximately $21,430 for the remainder of the current fiscal year. There is sufficient fund balance for this action, and this concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Director McQueen. Do any council members have any questions or comments?
No, I move to approve.
Before we vote, I just would like to say that City Clerk Duarte is a very valued asset for the city of Downey, very hardworking and very passionate about what she does. So thank you, City Clerk Duarte. There was a first and a second. Please vote.
Now, if I may, for members of the public and those in attendance, there was a closed session discussion on this item some weeks back. And so I don't want the members of the public or those watching via YouTube to think that there was no discussion about this. We've discussed this, and this is a significant increase because our city clerk was really severely under the median pay range for her position, and she does an outstanding job. And so I just want to make sure that everybody understands there's been conversation.
Thank you for clarifying that. Exactly.
Sometimes it may appear that we are, or I am, quick to make a motion, but I want the residents to understand there's been thorough discussion amongst us during closed session, and we have reviewed and we have spoken with our city clerk. So that ends my comment.
The motion was approved unanimously.
We'll move on to item number 7, discussion of the development and implementation of a city mascot. That the City Council provides staff with direction regarding the development and implementation of a city mascot. City Manager Bradley, is there a staff report on item number 7?
Yes, Mayor. Jason Chacon, our Parks and Rec Director, will provide the presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Tonight, we have an item before you that was from a past council meeting where a future agenda item was requested for staff to research the development of a city mascot. City mascot, let me get this. There we go. That was me. Got to click it. City mascots are commonly used to promote community spirit, enhance city events, create a sense of identity and pride amongst residents. Staff found multiple cities who have done this in the past, including the cities of Lancaster, Paramount, Santa Clarita, and Santa Ana. They have brought in different things for their culture that is rich in history and their identity. For instance, here we have the city of Paramount has Petunia the cow, which is a nod to their symbolism for their dairy farm history. It is something that they use at city events. You can see here, Petunia, that goes to a lot of their events, as well as they have some marketing that they use Petunia for as well. They're very involved in the community. The city of Lancaster has Princess Poppy and Andy the antelope. Lancaster is known for its poppy fields, and they have a huge poppy festival every year in their city as well. Yes, this isn't even the most. The city of Santa Ana, they actually redid their zoo, and in doing that, they came up with a community contest to have 3 mascots, and they actually embody different animals that are represented at their actual zoo so that kids and family could actually go to the zoo and see these. They have Paco, the red-crowned Amazon parrot, Tamarindo Tammy, the golden-headed lion tamarin monkey, and Ollie, the giant river otter. So you'll see here that different events, they're at a splash pad, they're at a park, they're at a library, so they try to spread them out at different events. And they really incorporated it more into their zoo to get tourism and to people to identify with it for them. The city of Santa Clarita has Sammy the horse. Got to learn about this. I did not know. Santa Clarita just has a rich Western background back to the 50s. So they actually wrote a book back in early 2000s about Sammy. And so they have a book about him, and they go to different events and go to schools and read about Sammy. Tonight, the proposal for a city mascot for Downey seeks to further engage the community, promote tourism, and enhance the city's brand. Given the city of Downey's deep-rooted aerospace history, a space-themed mascot was suggested, with an astronaut as the primary concept. The mascot would serve to tribute to the city's aerospace legacy, creating a memorable and meaningful symbol for residents and visitors alike. City staff started with an outreach of a promotional mascot designer to develop concepts for the city astronaut. Before you tonight, you're gonna have two different options. Option A, which is here on the screen, is a more friendly, childlike astronaut with a visible face. And I'll go through the main differences here. Option B is more of a traditional standard astronaut with a traditional spacesuit. And what you'll see is the main portions of these are the logos that are used here. So we have the Downey logo on one of the arm sleeves. We have the American flag on the other. We have the city seal on the front chest. We have the full D logo that's represented on the back. And you'll see this is on both, just a little bit different. We still have the American flag, the seal, and the Downey on the back, as well as a potential Apollo-inspired patch on the chest. That's something that could be put in the future. In researching and staff looking at the development of a mascot, tonight staff is seeking the council's direction if they would like us to continue to move forward with this item. In doing so, there would be a cost of roughly over $5,000 to work with the company who's going to put us through the rest of these designs, as well as get us our mascot costume. That would be something that we use at our events and different city events, not just Parks and Rec, but also a library and the Space Center as well, and different events that we have throughout the community. The next steps, if the council did want us to proceed, public announcement, something that we thought would be fun, unless the council thought otherwise, is a citywide naming campaign where we were able to go to the schools and do a social media campaign where maybe we were able to get kids in the community a little bit more excited, see if we can come up with a name and bring it back to council. I know there were some names that were throwing around as well, so if the council would like to take that direction, it's fine. But we thought it'd be something that would garner some attention to our youth in the community and get them a little bit excited about being able to do that. At which time we would do an unveiling, we would do a launching event, get the community together, the excitement, engagement, be able to launch and actually have the costume ready to unveil. Brand integration, include the mascot in our city marketing materials, such as the orbit and some of our other things that go out, and have them at our events. And then event participation, ensuring that the mascot is present in a key community events to establish some familiarity and have a standard of our mascot. So before you again, staff just seeking direction to see if this is something the council would like staff to continue to move forward with, and if so, which option would they like us to move forward with?
Yeah, thank you, Director Chacon. Before I move it on or pass it on to my colleagues, I do have a couple of questions and comments. Initially, the concept of having a city mascot, I thought it was a silly idea. But now that I see that, I'm willing to entertain that. Now that I see that other cities have done that, especially Petunia, the cow next door in Paramount. But my question is, a couple of things: the costume, the helmet. How would we address those hot days, those hot summer nights or hot summer days when we have events? And then also, would this be someone we contract out? Would it be the same person? Would it be an employee, someone to contract out to put this costume on, or would we ask a staff member to do that, or what?
Two things. The design of the costume usually has built in some features that have like air or holes in them that they can actually breathe through on the side or the back and even down on the feet. We've had other mascot at our Halloween events, and it's usually our city staff that we actually have dress up. It's a part of their schedule. We rotate them through. They have plenty of water breaks and get to get out there. Most of our events are in the evening. There aren't very many in the middle of the day where it's too hot. But in such case, we would still rotate our staff and make it a city staff.
Thank you. Colleagues?
I love it. I think it's a great idea. I've been for this since we discussed it. Certainly with the expansion of the Columbia, Space Center, this is really timely as well. And I like option A, and I like option B with the friendly face of option A.
Yes.
And I like the option B because the back of the astronaut, you can really see the City of Downey logo. I think with the blue in option A would perhaps get lost. But I like how clean it is with option B. Just a face would really go well. Overall, I think that the marketing and the branding really helps the city. Again, as we are named STEM, City of STEM, and there's a lot of other things, our future unlimited. And my colleague here was just saying, Apollo sounds like a good name, but certainly having the community participate would also promote that community engagement. And I think this would be really great to unveil maybe at the summer concert series.
I do have a question. Is the option A, is that a visor that the astronaut has?
Yes.
A.
A, sorry.
That one? It's just a little visor, or is it retractable?
Are you talking about this section here?
Yes.
No, that's like the lip of where like the helmet ends, and then the face would be on the inside.
And I agree with my council colleagues' comments. I do love this idea, and it brings. When I went to the Halloween patch, and you see all the kids running around and going to all these characters, they just love it, and so it kind of brings us together, and I think it's a great idea. So I actually like her comments, council colleagues' comments on making it white so it's be clear. So I do like moving forward with that.
I will add that Councilmember Fermetta brought up the City of STEM. For those of you who don't know, the City of STEM through the City of Downey has been chosen as the official science festival of LA County, which is a big deal. So, colleagues?
I agree with Councilwoman Fermetta. I like option B, and if you could add a smiley face. Thank you. I think this is great. Thank you. That's all.
And I'll say that I was kind of like Mayor Sosa, that we don't need a mascot. This is silly. But knowing that we have been selected as the City of STEM, I see Ben here in the audience, and is he smiling? Are you getting 2 thumbs up? That's a good thing for promotion. Will it fit you? But I can see
Fundraising opportunities.
Yes.
I could see promoting it, and especially we have such a space legacy and building now the shuttle, putting it together in the STEM.
Would have been great.
I was envisioning an animal, but I guess they can hug an astronaut too. And as long as there's people to suit it up, it could also be used also more so in the Space Center. They can bring it or store it there or something like that.
I already see the new shuttle going down Bellflower Boulevard with our mascot walking right next to it. So it's going to be perfect.
6'2" mascot, yes.
I like 6'2".
Yeah, and those, as he said, they do have a built-in fan. And just think about when in the amusement parks, you have a certain amount of time that you are supposed to be in that costume, but they have built-in fans for those.
They usually have like a cooling system inside the
Yes.
suit to keep them.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just want me one recommendation. None of my council colleagues will like this, but for night purposes, maybe a little lights on the side.
Or in the uniform,
Yeah, the uniform could be,
LED.
or the fluorescent, reflectable.
Fluorescent,
Yes.
We'll look at it.
Can I mention on option B, which is nice, but it's not as colorful in the legs like option A. I do like our Downey orange, the way it pops out a little.
So put the lines
Yeah,
on the legs.
a little bit more pizzazz.
Yeah, okay.
So then the recommendation is option B, but with the legs and arm stripes of option A and the
smiley
face of option A.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Yes.
With lights.
With lights or reflective, something for nighttime, yes.
So unless there's other,
Yeah, we just looked over, it looked like 7-Eleven to me. I don't know if anybody else sees it.
But they
in the
have
lights.
green.
Is that what it is?
It's not
This
green.
is, yeah, this is blue.
This is no green.
Oh, okay.
Navy.
All right. I thought it was.
I see it though.
gets a
now. I see what you're
Slurpees, I
talking
guess.
about.
You see the 7-Eleven, right? Okay. Wasn't me.
all right, so based on the,
Maybe they could sponsor.
the added stipulations by Director Chacon, is there a motion and a second?
I make a motion.
Second.
Please vote.
Thank you. This was fun. Thank you.
Glad to see we have discussion, because my entrance to this was different.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll move on to the item number 8, report on the regulation of block parties. That City Council discussed the permissibility and potential regulation of block parties within residential areas, including any amendments to existing provisions of the Downey Municipal Code. City Manager Bradley, is there a staff report on item number 8?
Jim Eckert, City Prosecutor, will provide the staff report for this item.
Good evening.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members, staff. We are presenting today options for the City Council to consider for purposes of looking at how we regulate block parties. There is a staff report, but generally speaking, block parties are community gatherings. They often take place either in front yard areas or more often on public streets and the roadways. They're neighborhood gatherings where multiple households typically are either hosting or attending these types of parties. Oftentimes there's drinks, there might be barbecues, there might be vendors, there might be bounce houses, and lots of different entertainment might be had at these things. They could celebrate birthday parties or other types of events, holidays, things of that nature. They are a great way to actually create a community bonding, for the people that are attending those particular parties. But obviously, as we all know, that they can also bring adverse impacts upon our community. Some of those adverse impacts are increase in street traffic. Obviously, the people who are attending that block party may need to park somewhere, or they have guests that come in, because even though they may be limited to the households on that block or within that area, obviously they might have family that come in or friends that also come in. There's also a decrease in on-street traffic parking area, because obviously if we are looking at potentially closing a street to conduct a block party, all of that parking along that street is typically unavailable for the period of time that block party may be occurring. There's also excessive noise that is a potential adverse impact upon the other neighbors, whether it might be people on adjacent blocks or people who are not necessarily attending that block party. Alcoholic beverage consumption in public, so oftentimes that's a part of the block parties. Excessive litter that's generated at the event and then sometimes remains after the event, leaving that for city staff to have to go clean up through our street sweeping and things of that nature. That litter is not just necessarily paper or red Solo cups, things of that nature, but also could be grease, oils, fats that come from the food that's being cooked at the location. Fire hazards, right? There might be different types of fire hazards that are created, because you might have open flames being used for barbecues, for the cooking, but could also result from obstruction of pathways for emergency service personnel. So because we close off a block, you might not have access for the fire department to come down if there is a fire at the location. That obstruction could also result not only from the closure of the street, but obviously from the things that might be within the roadway, the very encroachments of the bounce houses, jumpers, people, barbecues, things of that nature. And then also damage to public property or injuries to persons who are on public property who are attending those types of events. So these are just some of the types of adverse impacts that result from block parties. That's not to say that every block party creates all of these things, but they all have the potential to do it. So because of that, cities like the city of Downey look at how can we regulate this? What are our options to be able to potentially either allow these types of activities but still curtail the adverse impacts, or decide whether we don't allow them at all. And so the city does basically have three options currently. One is we can utilize currently existing provisions of the Downey Municipal Code and try to regulate it within that. We'll talk about that in a second. Two is we can amend the Downey Code so that we have something that's more tailored towards block parties, as opposed to utilizing what's currently in the code. And three, of course, is we could ban the block parties. So in just looking at them, we do have some existing regulations already on the books. These regulations primarily deal with special events. And the special events are code regulations that currently exist that regulate a lot of different types of special events. So they entail carnivals, fairs, parades, and they do include large block parties, large neighborhood gatherings, and our code currently defines that as 150 or more persons attending. And then we do have separate types of regulations for the different types of gatherings that might be. But again, for purposes of the block party, it's really more geared to, or the special events is more geared towards the larger sort of events that might have a greater impact upon the community. And we do also distinguish between those special events that are held in commercial areas versus residential areas, and there's different requirements for those. Depending on the size and the nature of the particular gathering that might be happening, in this case, let's say a block party, they might also, aside from being required to get a special event permit, might also need a separate permit to actually close the street. And that's a separate review process. Under our policy, we do this both in the code as well as through administrative regulation number 805. And within that, there is a set of requirements, obligations, review processes that we would go through whenever somebody submits an application. Administrative regulation number 805 particularly pertains to street closures. So obviously, if someone was having a block party that didn't require the closure of a street, they wouldn't necessarily have to go through administrative regulation 805 to get that street closure permit, but they would still potentially have to get a special event permit. That also, of course, would depend on the amount of people that are attending. But as part of that review process, both for the special event and for the street closure permit, there's an internal review by different departments here: Public Works, Fire, Police, Planning, Building could potentially be involved in it, depending on, again, what's being proposed as part of that code enforcement. And there would be a review. Conditions could be imposed upon those permits. And then the street closure permit is actually reviewed and approved ultimately by the City Council. So currently, that's required. As part of this, I would also say that to do a block party in a residential area, one of the requirements as part of administrative regulation number 805 is that there be a petition that's signed by every household that would be potentially impacted by that street closure. And it would have to be signed off by all the residents. So right now, it requires basically 100% approval of all the residents or households that would be impacted by a street closure. So that's what we currently have. And again, although there are some things that are geared towards block parties, it's primarily geared towards larger block parties of 150 people or more. So obviously, if you had a smaller block party, you might not need the street closure, you might not need the special event. It just depends on kind of how things are done. But again, our special event permits and our street closures are designed to address lots of different types of special events or gatherings, and not necessarily specifically tailored towards block parties. So that's option one. Option two would be to look at amending the municipal code to have something that is more directly tailored towards block parties. And in looking at that sort of thing, what type of regulations could we foresee potentially imposing as part of that and doing something specific? One is we could modify the degree of the amount of impacted residents that would have to sign off on a petition. So maybe instead of 100%, we could go down to 80% or 75% or something lower. There are a lot of jurisdictions that approve block party requests either through a specific block party permit or through a special event permit, kind of similar to what we currently have. And the gamut of range of how many people need to sign off on it varies from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, but not all of them are at 100%. Many of them are at a lower percentage, 75 or 80%. Additionally, we could look at the types of streets on which these types of block parties could be approved. So for example, maybe it's not on every street, maybe it's only on cul-de-sacs or only on one-ways or things of that nature. So the city could impose those sort of regulations for purposes of the block parties. They could also look at placing limitations on the times that these block parties could be conducted, whether that's limiting them to certain days of the week Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or it's limiting them to those days plus holidays, or it's limiting the hours. They can start no sooner than this and they can end no later than this. Again, the goal of imposing these types of conditions is to counteract the adverse impacts that obviously can be created by the block parties. We could also limit the number of block parties that could be held on any particular block over a period of time, whether that's on a monthly basis or annual basis. You can have no more than 5 block parties per year on any particular block or something of that nature. And again, that number is not set in stone until we set it in stone in the code. We could also do a limit on the types and locations of encroachments that might be allowed, such as will we allow open flame barbecues? Will we allow jumpers? Will we allow bounce houses? Will we allow water, slide sort of things, right? And there could be a limitation on those types of encroachments that would be allowed as part of the block party, especially as it pertains to being placed on public property. That would also allow us to limit also the locations of where those are done. So for example, if we're going to put up a bounce house, does it have to be on the roadway or could it be on a sidewalk? Right? And then we have to look at accessibility issues and things of that nature. But one of the things that the city could do is say, no, we won't allow certain things to be on sidewalks at all. If you're going to do a street closure, it has to be in the roadway area where we're not going to have vehicular travel, but we're also still going to be able to have accessibility for people to get into their homes. And so we could do locational restrictions as well. Maybe we prevent things from being directly in front of a house, large things which potentially could, for example, block addresses that emergency service personnel may need in order to respond quickly and timely to an emergency situation. And then we could also do things that would explicitly require emergency access along the roadway, a specific amount of clearance to allow for fire engines and other emergency service vehicles to be able to come into that area that's otherwise been closed off. So those are things that can be explicitly put into a code requirement. And then lastly, one of the additional things that we could look at is whether or not they'd be allowed to have separate vendors at this type of a thing. Is it more of a, hey, it's a potluck sort of thing, or you can cook your own stuff, or would we allow vendors? And if we do allow vendors, would there be any additional requirements on those vendors to participate at that type of a block party? These are just some of the examples of types of regulations that could be imposed that are not necessarily codified right now. Some of these types of regulations are encompassed in Administrative Regulation 805. So some of these things are already being taken into consideration. But remember that Administrative Regulation 805 is limited to ones where the street is actually being closed, and our special event permit right now is primarily designed for 150 or more guests. So the smaller ones, we might not have the ability to always do these types of considerations, so they could be put inside of the code. And that would be basically our second option. So first, again, would be utilizing what we currently have. Second would be amending it to have something that's a little bit more specifically tailored to the types of block parties. And then obviously third is if the city council were to make a determination that all of the adverse impacts upon public health, safety, and welfare were too much to regulate, obviously, one of the options that the city would have would be to ban these types of block parties, at least as they pertain on public property. So we're not looking at trying to ban birthday parties on your own property, things of that nature, but we're talking about the larger things that are going to have the types of impacts that we're talking about. And again, noise issues, we have regulations that apply to noise, but again, when you have large block parties, especially when we're closing off streets and doing that, we have additional noise issues, we have additional traffic congestion, lack of parking for people who want to use that, things of that nature. So that would be the third option would be, again, if it's just too much, that the city could potentially ban at least the use of public rights of ways, sidewalks and roadways in order to have these types of events. And that's basically what's kind of set before the council is, again, we're providing the report and inviting, obviously, the council to provide direction, but obviously I can answer any questions that the council may have.
Thank you, Mr. Eckert. I do have a couple of questions. The current ordinance we have right now, for someone to have a block party, they have to have approval or buy-in from all residents or a certain number?
Under the administrative regulation,
100%.
If they are seeking to close the street, then they would need to have buy-in from all the residents of the households that would be impacted by that closure.
Okay. What's the typical turnaround time for the 805 applications?
I believe it's 35 days. I'd have to go back and double check, but I believe it's 35 days.
Okay.
It's requested that they turn it in 35 days in advance.
Also, I've been in Downey a long time, and I haven't really experienced or seen a lot of block parties, or maybe I don't get invited. I don't know. But do we get a lot of requests for block parties?
We do not, actually. We don't get a lot of requests for block parties. And the types of special events that normally we get the requests for are the types of special events that occur within the commercial areas of our town. So things like on Veterans Day and Halloween party, things of that nature. Those typically occur in the commercial sectors, we don't really get a lot of them for, I think we've only actually had one in the last several years for somebody who wanted to do something on the residential side of the town.
Do we know in how many years? Because I know the report says one in the last few years. What's few?
I know that since I've been here 2 years, we've had one. So the last 2 years, there's been one.
And I want to say it's been in the last 3 to 5.
If I can just add to that, so during or prior to the pandemic, there was one particular group that would seek block party approval for a 4th of July event, but that no longer exists following the pandemic. So that was one prior, and after that, there has been one follow-up that our city prosecutors mentioned.
Actually, the only one block party, or close to a block party that I can think of, especially in my area, happened on a private street, but we have no jurisdiction over that, correct?
We have limited jurisdictions over private, so it's not so much about the block party. So private roadways are private property, and in so much that we would have jurisdiction, it would be about related to more fire safety sort of issues. So if there's obstructions that would prevent access by emergency service personnel, we might have some jurisdiction there. There is a procedure under the vehicle code that would allow the residents of that private roadway to actually kind of provide jurisdiction to the city to enforce vehicle codes and parking restrictions and things of that nature on those private roadways. But without that, no, those types of private roadways, we wouldn't have the same level of control over, again, other than ensuring that our emergency service personnel are able to still traverse that area to provide emergency services. And if I can just go back, the question earlier was how many days. The request is that they make the application at least 35 business days in advance of it. And part of that is because, again, street closure permits require city council approval. And so ultimately it's about trying to get it through the process where staff does the initial review and then ultimately it's set up for a city council hearing. In very limited circumstances, the city manager has authority to approve those, but those are typically as a result of a lack of a quorum on a city council meeting, and then it might get put off for too much further. So things of that nature, there's limited authority for the city manager.
Just for clarification, you're saying that if we do approve block parties, then it have to be approved by council?
The street closure would have to be approved by council under the current administrative regulation, would require council approval to do the street closure. Again, how we do it if we were to amend the code could be something completely different.
Because I wouldn't see, again, I wouldn't see a street closure for a block party having to come to us. I think it's just too cumbersome. So I am inclined to amend it. Initially, I thought if there is that code already, we're good. But then again, if it requires 100% of people in your block to approve it, perhaps we can bring the threshold down to 80% and have a more, not such a cumbersome and bureaucratic process to approve a block party. I would be more in agreement with that.
See, I'll take a different approach. I think in needing 100% approval, those stakeholders are affected by every single resident having the block party, even if they don't want it. However, now you're requiring them to give the approval if they don't want to. Could there be retaliation? Could they be frowned on? Could they be subject to that one person or two persons, residents that didn't approve it? I don't think they should be made a target and made kind of obvious that they just didn't want it. In the times that we have now, all of us have the same complaint of noise and noise requirement. My neighbors, this party till midnight, till 1, till 2. I feel that a block party in the neighborhood is exactly what residents don't want. They want their quiet enjoyment. We have something on the books right now that addresses that. And especially with law enforcement, adding one more element to some of the issues that we have with inconsiderate residents and not knowing when a shut-off time is. I'm already requesting, looking at an ordinance that you can only have one live band at your house, a year, not every weekend, that residents cannot have quiet enjoyment in their own neighborhood. And a block party brings another element, like you said, alcohol that's there. It's not just a potluck. You can still have your potlucks. You can still get together. And there's even, I think, a yard sale, a block party yard sale, I think, in your district, Councilwoman Fermetta.
Yeah, well, but see, with this, and that's why I think that the initial question was, how many have these, have we had to approve? How many block party applications? I think that I don't want to ban them. There is that existing code regulation. I do want to amend it to make it, if there is, yes, we have the ability to regulate and don't make it so cumbersome that it has to come to us for a street closure approval. I don't think that, now, if we were talking about we're getting, 10 of these, every other month, then that would be problematic. Then we could be having a different discussion. But in this particular moving forward, we haven't had this problem of block parties that you have to close the street because all of the neighbors are coming out for a 4th of July barbecue or a Memorial Day barbecue.
But we could, and we opened the door. And I'll just close by saying, under in the comment section here with the complete ban, it could constitute a significant sort of nuisance activity and an impediment to the peace and quiet enjoyment of residential property by persons who do not wish to participate in the block party. And you're going to have that, and they will be affected. And I see my council colleague, too, on issues that we have to address. On this one, we can have our special events, we can have our street closures, we have a lot of it in the downtown area, but in the residential areas and districts, I do not see that having a block party is advantageous to everybody in the neighborhood. That's not going to happen, and I don't think it's necessary. You can still have your parties, you can have your bounce houses, you can get together with a couple of neighbors together, but this, I'm taking a hard stance on a no on this one. It makes sense. It makes sense for residents.
I have a question, Mr. Eckhart. If a bunch of neighbors want to have a 4th of July barbecue on their lawns, no street closure, is that a block party? Does that need any sort of city permission?
If they're doing it solely on their own property and they stay under that 150-person threshold, I would say no. It doesn't require any type of specific approval from the city unless, again, they're doing other types of encroachments or things of that nature.
So they'll still have it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So they can still do that type of activity.
Absolutely.
So what we're talking about, these block parties, really pertain to street closure situations.
Primarily, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm with
that and again, larger size parties.
Okay.
So once you get to, currently it's 150,
Yeah.
whether you close the street or not.
Yeah.
I don't see that. I don't see us having that problem. We haven't had it in the past. This is just being proactive and having, a more delineated approach to addressing, because what we have is already in the code. Yes, we address it. Any event that requires a street closure of 150 people or more. A block party is not necessarily going to bring 150 people. I mean, well, depending how large.
Just to be clear, it's both. So it's if we have a gathering of 150 people or more, that's a special event that would be covered. But if you have a smaller gathering but still want to close the street, that would require the street closure permit. So it's two separate requirements.
Correct.
Yes.
But what I'm saying here, and again, the purpose of this discussion is not that we've had an increased number of requests. We don't have that, but we are being proactive in making sure that we have an amendment to the municipal code for that, so that we don't find ourselves pedaling back, or we don't find ourselves with how do we approach this?
You're opening it to allowing it, when right now it's not coming forward. We have a restriction on what we can do right now. I think that opens.
No, we don't have, not that we have a restriction.
they have to go through all of the processes if they have to close the street.
I agree with Councilwoman Fermetta. I think, first of all, look, we're Downey. I think that we have great residents who are respectful, for the most part, of our neighbors. And if we have a block where they want to come together, I do think it's a little overcumbersome that you have to have 100. I like the idea of somewhere in 80, 85 maybe, because there's that one person, maybe two neighbors who aren't dwelling, but if you have 85%, I would like that block to go forward with their plans. It doesn't happen that much, so I'm very open to amending to, and I don't think that the street closure should come to us. Look, if you have 85% of the residents saying they want to do it, I think somebody on staff should be able to approve it. So I don't know what the next steps are, but I would like to move forward with those considerations.
Well, because, yes, I don't mean to interrupt you, Councilmember Trujillo. I also think that Downey is, it has that small town feel. And yes, Downey has been changing over the years, but we're always trying to elevate and increase that community engagement. I remember in the previous district I lived for 15 years and started to raise my family. I lived in a cul-de-sac, and every 4th of July, because I was at the end of that cul-de-sac, we would gather with my 10 neighbors, and we would be in our street, and we would, have our potluck and what have you. This really promotes community, and I don't like yes, people want to have peace and quiet, but at the same time, there's got to be that give and take, and I'm not for putting a complete ban on all these different things. I just don't think that's also our role. Our role is to regulate and encourage. Right now, I don't see that we are being bombarded and that there's actually a problem in our city with this.
Yeah, you know what? I'm fine with the ordinance as is. I mean, we rarely deal with block parties in the city. It's rare.
Well, that's why it's been one in 2 years, and maybe a couple of others in the last few years. Since I've been on council, I only remember the one that our assistant city manager mentioned for the 4th of July one.
And they have not come back again?
No.
And how many people was it for that one that they requested? Was it for 150 people, or was it?
But I remember that one in last 7 years.
Again, this rarely happens in the city of Downey, and if there's a request, there's a process they have to go through. It has to be approved. They have to look at the fire and safety and any potential hazards or liability. I'm okay with the current process.
For my comments, I mean, I just have to think of what potential issues can come forward, especially in my residential areas, especially if there's a lot of trash. I'm dealing with a lot in my district, a lot of trash, and then I think about what does staff have to do to clean up afterwards if there's a lot.
But it's right here. It says in the ordinance they have to make sure that they clean up.
And if they don't,
and you know what happens usually there, especially after 4th of July in public streets.
And then I see also a lot of big furniture. It's just, for me, I just don't see it as something that I mean, if they have, there's a current process going on, and I don't know, just for me to allow residents to throw a major party, I mean, they have the opportunity to throw that event in their backyard, and I'm okay with that. But I do receive a lot of complaints about events and how long it goes, and then also receive a lot of events about messages about trash. So I'm just a little hesitant on moving forward with a block party, closing up streets.
How many applications have we had for block parties, let's say in the last, since the pandemic?
Again, my understanding is I'm only aware of the one.
Yeah, to me, guys, I just think it's a non-issue. I think we stick with the current ordinance. We rarely get requests for these. I mean, that's one in the last 4 years.
I don't think it's I would like to make an amendment that, yes, we could keep the current process, but we amend it so that street closures do not have to come to us. I think the city manager can make that call or someone on his staff. And I would like to lower the threshold of 100% full neighborhood. I think that's unfair to the majority, which is only 50%, and we're at 80. So I would like to make an amendment to amend the current process to keep it, but to change those two things. You do not need to come to council for street closure, and only 80% of residents would be needed.
Well, and within that, right here in the report, the amendment under 3 is impose time limitations, right? To prohibit block parties from occurring during certain nighttime hours. So, let's say 10 to 7. That's an appropriate time.
Is there a second to my motion?
Second.
I'm sorry, what was the motion?
That we keep the current block party process in place with two
current
changes.
code.
Yes, the current code with 2 modifications. The decision to close off the street should be deferred to the city manager, and we should only require 80% of all the residents who are impacted to sign off.
And they impose time limitations.
Yes, that too.
80% approval, but 100% that will be affected. That's my dilemma right now. Those that don't want it are subject to it.
Yes.
Yeah, again, you're bound to have residents come to city council, individual city council members anyways, to advocate for their block party, but- So there was a motion and there was a second. Please vote. Now, I just had a no vote. Does that mean we just keep it the same, whatever the process is right now?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay.
What's being presented to the council is just options. So if there's no direction to make any changes, then it would just stay as is.
And so residents.
This is, even though we don't have very many, all this process that already exists, when and if there is, the street closure still comes to us for a block party versus a special event.
So to all Downey residents out there, if you want to have a block party, you can. Please see us. We have a process in place.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way it's always been, right? That's the way it's been.
It has been since the adoption of these particular codes and the administrative regulation, yes.
And then we'll get to see residents on both sides of the fence. If it's all one way and everyone is, so I think keeping it the same for right now is the way to go, if we don't ban it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to the last administrative report, an ordinance amending Chapter 1.
For the record, Councilmember Trujillo is recusing himself from this item based on his ownership of downtown properties and has left the dais.
Item number 9, the last administrative report of the night, an ordinance amending Chapter 1, traffic regulations of Article 3, Public Safety of the Downey Municipal Code to regulate approved uses of public parking lots and parking structures. That City Council introduce an ordinance amending Chapter 1, traffic regulations of Article 3, Public Safety of the Downey Municipal Code to regulate approved uses of public parking lots and public parking structures. City Manager Bradley, is there a staff report for item number 9?
Yes, Mayor, we'll have Mr. Eckert also present this item as well. Thank you.
Mayor and council members.
Thank you.
So what's being presented tonight is an ordinance that would address the public parking lots and public parking structures throughout the city. The city of Downey, like many other jurisdictions, although maybe to a greater degree, provides ample off-street parking for our community, right? So that people can attend our commercial sectors, our civic issues, our recreational features such as our parks, we provide off-street parking. And so we have various lots throughout, especially through the downtown area, but adjacent to all the parks. And then, of course, we also have the parking structure over on 2nd Street, which services quite a few people and the commercial area within that downtown area. We do that in order to provide a benefit to the community. In the last couple of years, the city council has actually approved several improvements to the parking structure, specifically over on 2nd Street, in order to increase and augment the public health and safety of the patrons who utilize that parking structure. In doing that, we did install new security cameras. The security cameras were installed on each floor so that we could see people coming and going off of each of those floors, as well as at the entrance to the elevators and the stairwells on each floor. We also installed an LPR device, so license plate recognition technology, so that we could obviously, in case law enforcement needs it to find out witnesses or something that may have happened, they would be able to contact the people who might have been potential witnesses or victims in the issue. There was LED lighting that was actually installed back in 2017, and then last year, it was 2023 was approved, and ultimately in 2024 there was painting that was done on the interior. That painting was done in large part to assist in the reflective nature of the LED lighting and to provide greater lighting within that parking structure. Additionally, there was repainting of the exterior of the structure. And then there was a greater frequency that was put in for purposes of monitoring the parking structure. For purposes of litter and graffiti, there was additional pressure washing that was going on of both the concrete decks as well as of the stairwells. So all of this was done in order to better enhance what was being provided to our community. In addition to that, there was also extended hours for the security that roams the parking structure, again, to try and keep down the negative components of what sometimes happens within our parking structure. And notwithstanding all of the things that the city's done in providing the parking for our community, both the people who come here, work here, as well as those that just come and visit our city, and as well as all the improvements that we just talked about, unfortunately, we still see adverse stuff going on, right? We still have negative impacts of the stuff that's going on. And that includes things like people who are consuming alcohol within the parking structure, people who are doing narcotics within the parking structure, people who are utilizing the parking structure for what might be illegitimate things like storing inoperable vehicles or things of that nature. And that happens not only in the parking structure, but also happens within our other parking lots that we have, both at parks and within the downtown area. More so in order to combat some of that stuff, the city's had to recently close the 4th level of our parking structure, because that was in large part where a lot of the illegal sort of stuff was going on, was on that top level. So we've been closing that in order to provide kind of more long-term solutions, or investigate what type of long-term solutions we have for some of that. And so what we're doing now is we're actually proposing an ordinance that would in some ways do two things. It would consolidate some of the regulations that we have in various portions of our code into a singular code that addresses parking lots and public parking lots and parking structures, but would also augment the safety by imposing some additional regulations, which we'll kind of go over just a summary of what some of those regulations are. As well as to provide our director with the authority to promulgate additional rules and regulations that would apply without having to come back and modify the code. So in looking at what some of these things are, one thing that the proposed ordinance would do is that it would actually limit the use of the parking structure to people who are actually parking their car, removing their car from the parking structure, or walking to and from their car. Right? And so again, that's the purpose of the parking structure, and we're trying to limit it. So we're not having people who are just hanging out, people who are, creating problems, creating noise issues, hanging out with their car and just blasting the radio, littering, doing narcotics, or consuming alcohol in public. This is going to be very specific that this is the approved use of the parking structure. We would also have an explicit ban that would prohibit the parking or storage of inoperable vehicles within the parking lots and parking structures. Again, this would apply to all of the public parking lots and all of the public parking, and currently our one parking structure, but in the future, in case there's any more. It would also prohibit persons and vehicles from being within these parking lots or parking structures when the parking structure or parking lot is closed. Right? So it's not just about providing hours, we want to actually say, and you can't leave your car behind, and you can't remain behind once we close. And we also provide specific authority in the proposed ordinance for the towing of those vehicles that are left behind. And obviously, there's procedures that would need to be followed in order to tow those vehicles, but we're providing that sort of authorization to tow those vehicles. Some of that, again, is already in the code. This would be a consolidation of some of it into the same chapter. We would also be consolidating a provision that currently exists in the code, which prohibits commercial activities within those parking lots or parking structures, and we're just bringing that in so that it's all, again, part and parcel together so that people can understand all the regulations that would apply. And then lastly, what the proposed ordinance does, as I indicated, was it provides the Director of Public Works with the authority to actually promulgate additional rules and regulations. Some of those rules and regulations might be adjusting hours, of the parking lot. There might be additional things that might come back when staff presents to the City Council, maybe some more long-term solutions to addressing some of the other issues that exist at the parking structure. And some of those might be able to be done by way of rules and regulations as opposed to code modifications. So that's the other thing that's being explicitly done within this ordinance, is providing the Director of Public Works that authority to promulgate those rules and regulations. There are some minor other things that are addressed in the staff report, but those are kind of the main ticket items that are being addressed in the proposed ordinance. And I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Jim. Any questions or comments, colleagues?
I do have a question. If you go back to this, the slide right before this one.
Before this one,
This
or
one, no.
this one here? Uh-huh.
Again, can you just, for definition purposes, what is determined inoperable? How will we determine that they're unmovable if they're parked?
So we already have code regulations that address inoperable vehicle issues. And so typically those inoperable vehicles are vehicles that are incapable of being driven. So they might have a mechanical defect to it, but it would also include unregistered vehicles, which vehicles shouldn't be there anyways, because if they're unregistered, they're not supposed to be driven on a public street or put into a public location. So those would be illegally parked there as well anyways. Obviously, if we're talking about emergency sort of issues, there is some provisions that we address with respect to emergency sort of, your car breaks down in the parking lot. There is a provision and exemption within the code that addresses that type of a mechanical emergency. But other than that, an inoperable vehicle is typically a vehicle that is incapable of being driven on a public roadway, either legally because it, for example, lacks current registration, or mechanically. It's got some other type of defect with it. And so then it just ends up getting stored in our facilities and taking up parking spaces that should be used by people who actually need that location.
Maybe I'm just diving in just a little bit more because I've been talking to Roger a lot about inoperable cars and how we determine them being inoperable if they're parked. So you talk about mechanical issues. How will we determine if there is mechanical issues if they're parked?
A couple of ways. No, and I completely get it. We actually addressed this already. We address inoperable vehicles on private property, right? So our code already deems the parking or storage of an inoperable vehicle on an exterior portion of your real property to be a public nuisance. And code enforcement goes out there on a regular basis and determines whether cars are inoperable or not. And sometimes it's a question of how long they've been there. It's accumulation of cobwebs. It's whether or not we see flat tires. It might be a mechanical. It might have been in a car wreck, right? And so there's going to be some things that are going to be obvious signs as to whether or not they're inoperable. Other ones, and again, registration is another example. Some of them will not be absolutely obvious. You might see a vehicle that's parked there that's completely registered, looks perfectly fine, but then we see it's not moving.
Okay.
Right, and so then we would address it through that.
Yeah, because I know to tow a car, the vehicle registration has to be expired more than 6 months for it to be towed. So that's why I was asking, how do we determine inoperable cars if there are mechanical issues? I guess it's something you perceive. You see a flat tire, a boot in the car.
Generally speaking, there's going to be some obvious indicia of its inoperability.
Okay, thank you.
Well, if I may, in the report for the new drafted ordinance, I think it's page 4 under prohibited acts. What is it, section 2, abandoned or inoperable inoperative vehicles, Section I, the exception is when a vehicle that becomes mechanically inoperable while parked in a public parking lot or public parking structure or portion thereof shall be removed within 2 hours. Now, and is this reasonable? 2 hours as opposed to 4 hours? Is it reasonable if they've had mechanical failure and they're getting, tow truck or what have you? It's 2 hours. What happens? They don't move it in 2 hours. We cite them?
Not necessarily. So understand that, like anything, I mean, city works with our community, even when somebody might be in violation of something, right? Is 2 hours reasonable? Yeah. I mean, I've never had to call AAA and wait longer than 2 hours to have them come and tow my vehicle. Normally they're there within 45 minutes. So is it reasonable? And again, in that particular instance, what we're talking about are vehicles that pull in, fully operable, everything's fine. They come back out maybe from the movies or something, battery's dead, right? Okay, fine. Call AAA, do what you need to do, we'll give you 2 hours. But I mean, if you're asking, are we gonna be sitting there monitoring the parking structure 24 hours a day to make sure that exactly at 2 hours and 1 minute, this vehicle gets towed or cited? No, I mean, but the reality is we have, those types of laws and we create that regulation so we have the ability to address it if we need to. But I do not expect, and Mr. City Manager can correct me if I'm wrong, but I do not expect that we would be sending out our staff to go out there and monitor the parking structures 24 hours a day so that we can hit somebody up at 2:01.
Yeah, in fact, what I was going to say is actually, if we see somebody there that's working on something and they're working with us and telling us that they're making progress to move out of there, we're always going to work with them. So the 2 hour would be a hard line if we see there's an issue we need to actually address immediately.
Right.
But other than that, we're going to work with people. Yeah.
And remember, they can't fix the vehicle there. So whatever they're doing, they're going to have to take off site. So the real issue is just removing it from the location and getting it to a tow location.
But I really appreciate, Jim, I really appreciate this ordinance. I think it's great. It's very clear, and it allows us to have our Public Works Director have better handle, more authority on dealing with these issues. So I like it.
Just a couple quick items. We talked about when it's closed, that the cars cannot be there. And at first you think, okay, close 10 at night. No, we have businesses in the area, 2 a.m. they stay open. You'll have people that are there. So let's just say then it would close at 2:30 in the morning, but then 6 a.m. you have workers coming. So is there actually, there's not a chain to close it off, but there would be a sign? And is that only going to be like maybe 3 hours that it's closed? Because you're going to have people that have cars till wee in the morning that are there, and then maybe you have early workers starting at 6 a.m. So to say the word closed per se might be a difficult range to put.
So you're looking specifically right now at the parking structure. Remember, I'm talking also about any parking lot, right? And some of our parking lots don't have closing hours. So for example, the parking lot that is across from Wells Fargo, I believe that's a city public parking lot over there. That one doesn't have any hours of, when it's open and when it's closed. That's 24/7, it's open, it's available. But we might at some point in time impose hours of closure, hours of operation for parking lots. Now, obviously parking lots that are adjacent to parks close at the same time that the park does. And in most of those locations, we might have a chain or a bollard or a gate that closes. The parking structure right now does not. Is it possible that in the future, yes, the city might impose the arms or chains or something else to do physical things? But yes, nothing would be enforced prior to the placement of appropriate signage to advise people. And this really is no different than any other, I park in parking structures all the time for courts and things of that nature. And they'll have signs out in front and say, here's the hours of operation. And if your vehicle is left in afterwards, come back and pick it up the following morning because we're closed and you're not going to be able to get it out. And so that's what we're talking about. But as far as what those hours would be, that's not being proposed as part of the ordinance. So we're not imposing hours as part of this. That might be something that would come about through the Public Works Authority later on, or could be done through the council. But, yes, I think you're correct that it would be at a point in time, whether that's midnight or 2:30, and it might only be for 3 hours that the parking structure is closed. It might be for longer, but that's not part of the ordinance as of right now.
Okay. And then, as you were saying in the report, there's the personnel continues to encounter persons consuming alcohol or such. This would really specifically talk about you're there and not having business of just keeping your car. But I think our police can arrest somebody if they are in the parking structure or they see somebody drinking in their car or doing narcotics in their car.
And they do.
And that's still allowable, right?
They do that right now. I mean, I see tickets all the time, misdemeanor citations that get issued to people who are consuming alcohol in the parking lot, who are doing other things in the parking lot. And so we see those citations. This is, again, is just being a lot more specific about what the approved uses are for the public parking
Good,
structure.
we need that. Definitely need that. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Eckert.
Okay, colleagues, I'll now entertain a motion and a second to introduce the ordinance.
Moved.
Second.
Please vote.
The motion is approved with Councilmember Trujillo abstaining from the item.
Thank you, Mr. Eckert.
Thank you.
This meeting will now adjourn in the memory of Police Officer Felicia D. Riley, 67, 17-year veteran of the St. Paul Police Department who passed away from injuries sustained while responding to a domestic violence call in 2010, and Detective Joseph Ascona, 26, 5-year veteran of the Newark Police Division who was shot and killed while responding to an illegal weapons possession investigation. This meeting is now adjourned. The time is 9:30.